Right in. Is Venus alive, though? Yeah, Venus is alive. Alright, so let's get back into the Survivor Man Challenge. And the thing I'm going to show here is you'll see a whole bunch of mods and all that. The only mod I actually have loaded is the Universal Auto Load mod. Otherwise, the only thing you'll see here set is DLC for Farming Simulator. There's a bunch of other stuff installed, but they're all turned off. But what the Survivor Man Challenge is you start on a map. And people have, like, different things. There's not, like, a strict rule that, like, is accepted by the community. It's kind of thematic. That you start with no money. You start, like, most of them it'll be no money, you may not lease, you may not take loans, is the kind of the consensus most people have. Some people, they'll start you with, like, the littlest little tractor. Some people, they'll start with a truck. Some people start with nothing. That's broad there. Some people will make additional rules on top of that. Generally speaking, I started with no money, a place to sleep, so that way, you know, you don't have to sit there and wait for time to go by, and a truck, and that's, again, for efficiency stuff for people viewing. Now, we started with $0 and this truck, this 1984 pickup truck. Since then, we have expanded. I had four of the greenhouses that spawn on this map, or that you can load on this map. I ultimately got rid of them because they were overpowered. We were making too much money, like it was unbalanced kind of from. So instead, we traded them out for the vanilla greenhouses, which seems far fairer. We have been producing crops. We're waiting until January to sell, because that's when I get the most bang for our buck. We also got rid of the water tower that comes with this map because it gives you free water, and that also felt unbalanced because water's supposed to have an expense to it. Oh, we must have just filled those up. So you don't just make, like, can you upgrade the pickup truck? I mean, I could get a different pickup truck. I don't feel a particular need to do that, though. I thought we had fast-forwarded time at the end of yesterday's stream. What did we leave off? So you can see I actually own both these tiles down here. We started with just one, so that was the big thing yesterday, is we got a second tile, and we planted crops. So we've got sunflowers in these two fields. I've got oats in that field. And I believe we have barley and... Is this wheat? No, what are you down there? Bright green, what are you? Oh, canola. And canola there. So we got a bunch of different crops planted. They're all in various stages of growing. We're going to have one or two of these should be coming up real soon that we can actually harvest them. But all that. We've got a bunch of equipment. We got the largest plow in the game now. When can we sleep in a bed? Costs extra. Basically when I have enough money that I don't mind just deleting $50,000 for the sake of, you know, cosmetic stuff. But I got this little tractor here. That's the one who's done most of the work for us. And then we also have the big tractor over here that we got lucky and we caught it on sale because I don't have the no lease, or I mean, I have the no leasing rule. I don't have the no used vehicles. And then we've got our harvester. So we're doing pretty good. That said, it looks like I was just wrapping up a day. I could have sworn I had gone to the next day. No, I don't drive a truck. I've actually never owned a truck in real life. Nothing against trucks. They have their use. But for me, the primary consideration was like gas mileage kind of thing when I was considering my cars. But that said, I don't have electric or a hybrid either. Because when I last bought a car, which has been well over a decade now, hybrids had pretty high repair costs. Okay, so I've got a bunch of these. Alright, so they're still all growing. I think that becomes available for us to harvest next month. When's the harvest? No, I'm lying. We don't actually get harvest until June. So 2 in-game months. That's fine. We'll end up doing a bit of fast-forwarding here. But first, let's grab this tractor. Because what I'm going to do real fast is I'm going to go over and collect more of the strawberries and all that from the greenhouses. And then we're also going to go ahead and pop over to the store and just see if anything good is on sale. Because that's a good way to advance things if I catch something half off or whatever because it's used. Like, well-worn used. that's still fine for my use case. And that means I get it at a bargain. That's super nice. And I also want to make sure, actually, I don't need to do this right now. So we can go ahead and pop over here real fast. We can go, this is where the store is. And for the record, if you've not seen this map, this is no man's land. That this little area up here where the store and then the sell points over there, this is the only place on the map that there's something already existing when you start. Everything else you see down there, other than like the dirt road going up the middle, is stuff that I've built. I mean, that's cool, but I can't afford any of it, nor do I really need it. Alright, so what this does mean is we just fast forward to the next day. Because there's nothing, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to be productive on this until our crops grow. Because that is one of the things that was a change we made, is by switching to the greenhouses that are vanilla, it means I don't have to fill them up with water twice a day and empty out and sell twice a day and all that. Because that was just absurd how often I had to do the management on that. Alright. Yep, and so that's got one more in-game day before we can harvest that. So now, today, I'm going to go and pick up all those. Because as a reason, like, I don't need to do this. There's place for 6 of these here. And so I was like, alright, we could just pick it up once. Real fast. Because with this, it takes it almost a full year in-game for this to completely max out kind of thing. And to deplete the water. Do we have any more in there? Not that's going to create more stuff. Alright, let's go around. I'm going to need to figure out a better way to access those. Because the other ones were shorter, so I could just go around the back and I didn't have to like contend with the giant cliff there. Now granted, it's not so steep I can't work with it. But the reason I'm picking up and putting them on this trailer is by the time it gets time to sell. Okay, that didn't set up right. Okay. By the time it gets time for us to sell, that could be overburned. I'm a little worried about rolling the tractor doing that. Probably bottom out, but we'll just drag it up the hill anyways. Alright, so we're going to have a really, really good payday when it comes time to sell this. It's just waiting for the price to be at its top so you get the most bang for your buck. Because apparently this game doesn't care about, you know, the fact that I've had this on this flatbed for several months that they're supposedly fresh strawberries. It's just not a mechanic. Alright, how are we doing on money and or on water and you? They're plenty fine. But yeah, so it makes those much lower maintenance. We still get an okay, like a pretty good payout, but it's a more reasonable payout. And we can pop down here. Check our sales. Nothing I can afford, so it doesn't matter. And it's go back to sleep. And then it's harvest time. Hey, Big Bud, how's it going? Can you explain? Oh, sorry. I need to remove the join queue. That was for the last game we were playing. RimWorld. You can get characters named after you and all that, but we just finished with that, so let me go ahead and unpin that message. There you go. Yeah, so that was the last game we're playing. This game doesn't have the naming thing. I'm doing pretty good. Alright, so now if we look at our fields... Wait. Shouldn't you be ready for harvest? Oh no, because I planted in the end of October, so okay, so that'll be July. So I'm going to have a lot to harvest in July. July is going to be a very busy month in game / day. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. Alright, so we're not going to worry about that. They still have plenty of water. We're going to hop down, check out our sales. Yeah, I mean, we don't really need a shallow cultivator, so that's fine. I probably won't end up buying those. The big thing I want to get right now is I want to get a flour mill. or a granary or whatever the heck they call it. The thing that turns barley and oats and wheat and all that kind of stuff into flour. Because if I do that, I can take the money I'm making, instead of making like 6,500 from a field per cell, I can then put it into the place and get a significant increased value. Now we've got 3 fields to harvest. So that's good news. So what I'm going to do is go get our harvester. So all 3 of these fields, all 3 of those are... Yeah, so we got oats, which will use that harvester. Canola, which uses that harvester. And wheat that uses that... Or, sorry, barley that uses that harvester. Alright, so... We'll start with this field over here. And give it to the AI to deal with for right now. And that'll go ahead and start pulling that up. What other stuff do we have to deal with? In the meantime, I'm going to quickly top these off. And we'll take over harvesting in a minute or so. Feast or famine? Yep. I am on PC, yes. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and top this place off. We'll also pick up more of the crates. Like, pretty soon I'm going to have that full, but it shouldn't be a problem. Alright. So we're topping off our greenhouses while the harvester's rolling. And all that good stuff. It's going to be really tough for me to get through all the things I need to get done in-game today. Because that's 3 fields, I only have 1 harvester. So what'll end up happening is, once the harvester finishes one of the fields, I'm going to have to get another AI person to deal with the next thing. So those are all topped off. We'll get this thing topped off. I'm imagining I can't get all of these. But I'm not trying to get everything out of here. What we're trying to do is just get enough out of those so that the storage doesn't max up on the strawberries before it's sell time. Yep, okay, so it's full. So we'll just detach that and leave that there for right now. It's the best we're going to get. Alright, so we sell those in January. In the meantime, I've got that harvester rolling. It's now going to take super long to fill up. I did need to use a restroom break before the switch, so what I'm going to end up doing... Oh, right, that's the field with the big rock in the way, so he's going to miss parts of it. I'll have to take it over when we get there. So what I'm going to do is while we wait for them to be ready... Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this tractor. Yeah, we're going to grab the big blue tractor. I was debating which tractor I'm dealing with this with. The problem is I kind of need the big tractor for 2 different operations that are going to be a pain. How full are you? You're 55%, so I gotta deal with this. Yeah, so it does mean every time we get a pass going up, I gotta top off. I'm adjusting the cruise control so I can match its speed. It just takes me because I have to do a 1 mile per hour at a time. Okay. Oh. Yeah, no, if you've been sitting too long, you know, do what you gotta do, take care of yourself. Like I said, what I'm gonna do is pretty soon I'm going to do a quick restroom break, and my plan is to basically jump the computer into the harvester, so you can watch that happen while I quickly use the restroom and grab myself a drink and all that good stuff. But it was going to get through like one more pass and then be full and stop working, so I needed to deal with it. And so what happens is, while it has to take its time, I can race down to the other end. And I will put you in the harvester, and I'll be back in a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. Alright. And we are all good to pick up exactly where we left off and fill up the next pass. So the one big problem I'm going to run into with the harvester is that rock there. It's going to skip that spot on the next pass because the AI is not smart enough to deal with it. Actually, it skipped a bunch of it on this pass. I'll just clean up after when we're done. Excuse me? There we go. Cruise control didn't want to kick on the way I need it. Yeah, so we're gonna make about 6,000 or so, like 6,500 or something like that when we sell each one of these fields. But collectively, it should be like 18,000 or so. The big money is probably still gonna be that greenhouse. I'm expecting to make like another 20-something thousand from that at least when it comes time to sell. It's just getting to the time to sell. So my hope is between the three of them to be able to get at least one of our production buildings online. And then we can focus on a bunch of these, you know, making our grains and all that for the flour mill. The other thing we can look at is, I don't really know, some of the buildings have multiple things. You forgot to drink too, ADHD. I better go get something. Yeah. ADHD do be like that though. Alright, meanwhile, I know you're going to need to do the stone picker up thing. Actually, I'm going to take my chances. I think that little tractor is going to struggle to move that. But that's fine, we'll figure it out when we get there. Alright. So I've got my cruise control adjusted for when it comes time to pick up again. It should be fine now, but I'm worried it won't be fine soon. Alright, turn that one's engine off. And the reason I'm switching is once we get this field cleared, I'm going to want to, I'm going to take that other tractor and tell it to plow the field to clean it up. And I'm going to want to get that going as fast as I can, because I'll actually be cleaning up the stone that's going to be my biggest cost. Now the good news is the AI doesn't destroy the crops when they drive over them like I will. Like if I drive over this group of barley here, I will just annihilate it. Okay. And Professor Dr. Hamster grabbing extra 350 points. Currently on a 3 stream streak. A 1, a 2, or it's a 1, 2, 3, That is lucky. What is lucky? Oh, you mean the fact that they don't drive over the crops and destroy them? Yeah, no, I wouldn't trust the AI with anything involving a field that's established if they could just roll right over and ruin the whole thing. Yeah, so I have a little bit of cleanup there. Funny, it doesn't seem like this tractor has nearly as much get up and go when it comes to moving this thing. I have a feeling when you get around 70-80%, it'll still be able to pull it, but it'll be a struggle. Alright, so get you in position, waiting for your turn. And we'll grab the plow for when we're done. Alright. Turn that off. I did turn off before I got out, right? Yeah. Okay. And so it's all in position so at the moment we finish this field, I could just kick it off, let it start plowing the field. Then, you know, I will jump in to, you know, sell this, get back in position for the harvester to work on the next field. Then once we've got the 3 fields handled, like, we're going to get the little tractor doing the stone pickup while the other tractor starts working more on the plowing. Oh, that turned off my cruise control. Okay, I see. There we go. Unlike in real life, where brakes... So in normal vehicles, you tap your brakes, it turns off your cruise control. This one, tapping your gas also turns off your cruise control. Which is usually not how it works. Because, you know, the idea is you'd gas just a little bit to pass and drop back down to whatever speed you set. The assumption being that would be the speed limit. Alright, and we turn back around. The good news is this container, I believe, will handle an entire field. I'm a little concerned... Well, no, actually, it should be able to handle all of these fields in one go. There is one or two that gets a little close. We will also need to go and figure out what the heck we're going to be planting in this field now that it's done. Because we can grow stuff pretty much year-round. Alright, so if we check on the field here. So we're harvesting in July. So we're not going to probably grow anything here, but we'll grow canola in one, wheat in the other, barley in the third. Is what we'll end up doing, because that's the stuff that I could grow one of them this in-game day, and the other two I could start growing them the next in-game day. And then we'll have probably the other two fields will start coming up ready for harvest as well. When do those come up? Oh, the sunflowers actually won't be for a little while. Alright, so we'll... Yeah, so next in-game day we're planting the canola. The day after that, we're planting the wheat and the barley. The day after that, we're harvesting the sunflowers. Which, if we're lucky, I'll be able to get wheat and barley down in those fields as well. But we'll see how it actually works out. We're going to be working real hard for a couple in-game days, trying to get as many of these set up as possible. To get paid. And the downside is I didn't get fertilizer down in these fields, so our yield is actually not as high as it should be. But as well as things that by the time I realized it was too late to fix it, I couldn't afford the equipment to fix it. All right. And eventually we can get much, much, much bigger capacity things for that. We'll get a larger front for our harvester. Like, those are investments I'd love to be able to make, to just make everything faster. The unfortunate reality is, right now, convenience is a nicety, not a necessity. And I have a necessity of things that make me more money. Pretty soon I am going to have to start investing, though, in either getting, like, a second harvest or a probably just the bigger head on it. Because that'll just be a must. But, to me, the grain mill is going to be the big spend that I need to make happen. I can't remember if it was, like, either, like, 92,000 or 80,000 or somewhere in that ballpark. Because then instead of selling this directly to the sell point... as an alternative, what I do is I would take it to the grain mill. You know, some period of time would pass. It would make it into all flour, and then that flour I could sell at a much higher premium than if I sell the grain directly. Like, I don't know how it works in the game, and there's an adage that used to be around that's completely irrelevant nowadays, but it used to be for every every time you take a good and you process it into like the next setup, that you should double the amount of money it's worth, that kind of thing. Morehead is always better on a harvester. Maybe not true on beer. Yeah. Yeah. That unrelated made me realize I'm still out of snacks at the house because I ran out of those yesterday. I was like, wait a second. I do want to try to figure out a way I can, do a bit better by having some healthier home meal options. It's just always been tricky. Like right now, Tomb's schedule, my wife, works out really well for it, but that's not her normal schedule. Her normal schedule, she gets home around 9 my time, which is middle of my stream. And so there's no real good way of navigating around that, because if I wait till she comes home to start stream, it's starting just way too late. If I end stream by the time she gets home, I'm like ending it kind of way too early, like the worst kind of time of day. And so, you know, we wanna like be able to have the meals happen, even if we're not sitting together eating them like for dinner or whatever. You know, have food prepped and all that. And she's at work all day, so you want to make sure she gets to have stuff, because it's also the days that I'm streaming that she's off, she'll usually prepare food. But that does mean it's a lot of stuff where I just kind of open the box, chuck it in the oven, call it a day, which is fine, but isn't exactly the healthiest option. So I've been trying to come up with stuff that is a bit better about that. Or like also, you know, when she goes back into her old schedule, I'll end up eating lunch on my own, like, because she'll be at work, and having stuff here at the house, both, you know, also to save money. Like, I don't eat out all the time or anything like that, but trying to be even more conscious about it. Mine just been a lot in the budget lately, not even because of anything happening to me. There was, there's been a lot of discussion in the creative community about finances and budget and all that, and there's just like, you know, being a bit more frugal because this isn't exactly a high-paying job or whatever. So you have to be a lot more conscious about your spending. Especially with, like, right now is not a bad time of year, but, when it comes to people like, supporting channels and all that, usually after the holidays gets pretty... When I say after the holidays, like after New Year's, can get pretty rough, because a lot of people are hurting from their holiday spending and all that. You know, plus it's tax season in a lot of places and all that kind of thing. So a lot of content creation is like getting your buffer, your nest egg or whatever during the peak season, so that when you come back around to the where things are quieter, that you can ride through it. Which is true of so many things. Like, there's so many different industries and businesses and jobs that are true of that. Like, I'm sure it's no different for people who work on commission art. It was definitely true of working in IT. When I worked sales, it was definitely feast and famine on that one as well. That you'd gear up for the holiday sales, and that'd be a good time of year. But, like, early spring until you got to... Not even spring, like, from New Year's on to, like, you get to spring proper was, like, straight up dead when it came to the, when I was a salesman, which was in tools and lawn and garden and fitness equipment. Until you hit that spring proper, like spring, where people are like trying to get ready for spring break, so they all start buying all their fitness equipment. It was definitely like absolutely famine there. And then you'd have, after that, you'd have like a little bit of a lull in sales. Like, you'd have a little bit of lawn and garden stuff during the summer, but otherwise it wasn't enough to make up for all the other departments kind of dropping off. And then you get to about fall, and then fall was kind of when things would really start to pick up until, you know, until you get back to the new year and you start the whole cycle all over again. Whereas amusingly enough, for education, it was almost the opposite for everything. Your big time frames were like going into fall, like before fall, because that's when that semester starts. You'd have winter breaks, so winter would be pretty dead when it came to education sector. But then you get to the beginning of the new year, which is when your next semester starts, so that's like its big season. And then the summer would roll around and it would just fall through the floor. Education was also weird in like a lot of those other businesses I was in. You know, again, sales and tools and all that. This is entertainment. When you're in economic hard times, these are like entertainment's the first thing that gets hit before anything else. And education is weird in that the tougher things tend to get economically, usually the better that the education sector does. Because, you know, people who either leave their job or losing their job or wanting to upskill to better jobs, they're going to go try and get training and all that. You'll have people who now have a lot more time because, you know, either getting less hours or whatever. Now they have more time and they go, okay, well, what can I do to be productive with my time? Oh, I can learn a new skill or get that degree I've been meaning to get or get that certification that'll make me able to do these new things and all that kind of stuff. Which it was always one of those things that working in education before felt super counterintuitive, but also made sense when you step back and looked into it. And the reason we're going back versus sticking with the harvester, even though it's going to overfill, is we're at 97% capacity, so I couldn't... The next lap, I wasn't going to get through the whole thing before we were maxed out, so we're just trying to get up here, turn this in, and get back down there before it maxes out. If it does max out, all it does is it just parks and puts out its arm and waits for you. The thing is, you know, they still bill by the hour. Alright. Give me money. Alright, so that's 5,700, but that's not the entire field. That's about 2-ish thirds of the field, maybe 3/4 of the first of the 3 fields we're doing today. Oh, right, we still have that set down to a lower speed. There we go. So run down here, get this filled up, get the second tractor to start plowing that field the moment we're out of there. And then we'll move on to the next field. And then once we get to the point where the field, because the field being plowed should get done before we harvest. So I'll take that other tractor, I'll put the stone picker up thing, get it doing the stone pickup thing. While I work through the other 2 fields. And then, you know, once I have both tractors available again, then I'll turn around and have this one take over the stone pickup thing. The other one will go back to plowing, because this one can't run the plow while it can run the stone pickup thing, at least poorly. Alright. I got this one spot here on the end that I'll take it by. Yeah, you're gonna be basically full. I was seeing if I could get away with just letting it do that run, go over here, and then fill it up. Yeah, so it's warning me it's 80% capacity. That's not a surprise. It'll be right around 90, almost 100% when it finishes this row and starts the next one, which will be pretty good time for me to pick up. I'm just hoping it actually does finish that row before it maxes out. Don't you stop. I see you slowing down. Finish that row. What you do after that, I don't care. But I need you to finish that row, so... Don't do this. Okay. What are you... Why are you like this? Oh, okay, that's fine. Never mind, that's not fine. Alright, so I got cleanup I'll have to do. That's not unexpected. Like, the AI will pretty reliably get like 90% of the work done, but you almost always have to go behind and clean up its snafus. Like, what I'm going to end up doing in that far end of the field, I'm going to have to clean up. We need to check to see if there isn't, like, a tree stump or something I've missed there, which is entirely possible, because then it could be trying to avoid the tree stump. Which, again, would be fair. So it'll say it's done when it gets to the end of this row. I'll just go over there, start the cleanup, get the other tractor going, and all that kind of nonsense. Alright, so get you out of the way. Alright, and you're going to need to be gassed up, and, well, probably not, you know... Yeah, you probably need to be gassed up before we do our next field. You're at half a tank. Or maybe, no, you're probably fine, because you probably still don't have full gas from last time. Of course, it'll be slightly too wide for me to do this in one pass. All right. So go pull up over here, put the arm out. Get you doing the field. Empty this out and get the tractor onto the, or the harvester onto the next field. Okay. Yeah, so what we're getting are like 6,500-ish from each of these. That's what we're gonna need to do. It also reminds me that I'm going to want to fertilize this time, because I forgot to do that last time. That's not the one I want to get to. I want to get into this one. Okay, and it's this field down here to my right that's ready. Yep. All right. And time for you to get out of here. Okay. So one field down. Next field going. We're getting that sorted out. Oh, wait. Stop what you're doing. Don't harvest in the raid. You take a severe penalty. All right. How long is it supposed to rain for? Till noon. Okay, so it's not, well, till just into noon. All right, so it's not super long. That's fine, because I can put this tractor on clearing up stones in the meantime. Where said old McRaw had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. So the good news is we at least didn't waste a whole bunch of material. That's fine. So the real question is, I just realized my fertilizer spreader is currently full of lime. Which I don't think I could like just put back into bags or something. Ooh, so I really don't know how we tackle that. We'll also check, because I know you have to re-up your lime every once in a while in your fields. I think it's like every 2 or 3 harvests or something like that. I don't know the exact amount. It'll tell me if I need to. Sell the barley. Okay, so we made about 7,300, somewhere in that ballpark. But that's revenue, not our profit. Our profit is probably closer to 3,500, 4,000. And that's because the big expense being employee wages probably ate up a couple of thousand between the various processes. And then tractor maintenance, gas, and the seeds. None of which were individually particularly pricey, but, you know, cumulatively they would add up. It's almost interesting to think that I'm going to need another tractor soon to, like, do this practically. I'm not sure what that tractor is doing over there, but I'm sure. Farm Simulator, 19 unloading the bags and tanks. I know certain things could. Oh, that is deeply upsetting what is happening over there. Well, that screws me for doing the stone pickup kind of thing. I don't get you sometimes, AI. It's probably because of that stone there, but that would imply I need to shorten that field a lot to get around that stone. So let's go ahead and drop this off here. Because I will need that when we go to continue harvesting when the rain passes. We can see if I can unload this thing, at which point, if I can unload it, I will unload it. Well, actually, will it tell me here? Right, so we're plowing that. It's saying it needs rolling, which is interesting. What I could do is it is implying I probably don't need, like... There is terraforming. Unload fertilizer. Let's unfold. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to put those all on a straight line. Alright. So let's go have this pick up the fertilizer in the meantime. Yeah, you're just making a mess of that. We might end up just going with the cultivator because the AI seems to be so bad at everything. So we're going to pick up all the fertilizer we can. That is deeply concerning how fast I'm going through that fertilizer. Because this fertilizer is hecking expensive. I'm barely going to get this thing to like 30%. I might not even get it to 30%. Oh, exactly 30%. That's deeply upsetting. Because I have a feeling this probably burns through fertilizer really fast. And it seems like I'm steering weird. This tractor actually can't handle this weight, so I'm kind of getting shoved around by it. And I believe the front tires keep picking up off the ground. All right. Case in point. So the other tractor will have to run this, but I figured at the moment I could fix some of this. So what I think I will do is, since we're stuck waiting on the rain to be able to like kind of tackle the next thing, what's happening on that farm plot? Tragedy. That's literally, I'm going to grab the little plow because I can't keep harvesting because of the rain. I'll take a severe penalty on the crop I get, which, you know, I don't want that. I need all the money I can get. So I'm just going to go and clean up this mess. What are you doing? Why are you not plowing? You're literally... Oh my god. AI, friend, please work with me here. That's gotta say something, that you're working a job, and as you're working it, you have someone else coming behind you to fix it because you've messed it up that bad as you're doing the job. Alright, so let's run all the way to the other end. We'll clean up this end. Like, it's still definitely worth me having them do that, because, like, the moment the rain stops, I'm gonna need to go back to harvesting. Did you seriously miss this edge? Yeah, that may be... There may be a cultivator in the future, because the AI seems particularly bad with the plow. And what I'll do while they're over on this end, I'm just going to go to the far edge. I'm just going to go back and forth, like horizontally across the field. Because what I'm hoping will happen if I do that, I can prevent this from being a reoccurring thing. They're also going to miss anywhere nearby this rock anyways. And that part I don't actually blame them for. Because getting that plow to cooperate with this is going to be a whole thing. I'm glad I kept the little plow. We've ended up finding more and more things I need it for, to let, like, the big plow just do the stuff that is just kind of time. Where, like, this has, like, been good for cleanup work, it's been good for framing out new fields, whereas the big plow is really kind of only good for, I just need to plow a lot. Come on, Rain. I need you to go away. I got plans for today. I've never, like, you get the great demand notification, but I've never had that particularly seem to change stuff. Like, I've not had where it says, like, great demand at farm shop, and notice it's, like, appreciably better than if I just wait to whatever the appropriate time to sell a good is. I don't really understand how that changes anything. Why do I have this bad feeling it's going to do the exact same pattern it's been doing, but just farther up? I really don't know what you're doing right now. No, it seems to be the same length. Definitely, I mean, it's slightly different, but definitely not the same amount I did. All right. And quickly turn this around. So pretty soon this rain should be going away, based on the weather forecast in game. And I'm not too worried. I don't feel like we're actually losing time here with the rain, because I'm going to have to put one of these tractors on picking up stones. And when I do, that's going to be the time sink. Okay, I think one more pass should clean up most, if not all, of the distance they were getting with this. You know, I have to do like little teeny tiny touch-ups. I'm okay with that. The downside is I'll have to do the other end as well. All right. Cool, yeah, it is going. So I think it's just driving up to the edge of the field. Oh, wait. Gotta wait for you to get out of my way. Alright. I'm gonna be like super duper annoyed if we get the same like spike just over here on this end. Oh, I don't even see a spike on the other end. Maybe they got sorted out what their... Oh, it could be like there was a tree stump off the edge of the field. And just because of how absurdly long that thing is, they didn't go back and clean it up because they're like, oh no, I'll hit a tree stump. Alright. Yeah, no, not making a mess on the other side. Other side, it's doing fine. So it could be that tree. It could also be that there's a tree stump I missed over here. I'm not seeing any, though. Don't know. Okay, so that should mean I can, if you just see, like, there's the one little teeny tiny speck. If I do, like, one last stripe on the end there, that side should be good. And I could potentially cut this loose to start picking up the stones, which will free up the other tractor once this is done plowing, which shouldn't take too terribly long, to run the trailer for picking up the harvested goods. Which would be good, because that means I'll have the thing that's the big time crunch, which is the picking up the stones will be done. Now we can get to planting one of these fields to be canola. Honestly, it's also not the end of the world if we don't get any seeds in the ground right now. Because if I don't get canola in the ground, then I just put barley or wheat in the ground. Yeah, I'll do one extra pass just to be sure. I just don't want it to be a thing that we miss a spot. And then I've got this one spot in the middle of the field that doesn't get done because it was still technically not plowed, and so it can't be seeded and everyone else. Okay. So let's put this away and get the stone pickup thing. And I'll start that going. Did I empty this? I don't think we emptied this last time, right? Oh no, we did. I had debated whether or not I was going to do it. And then we ultimately did because it's like, oh wait, I still have to wait on this other thing anyways. All right. Oh, you're still set to the slower cruise control speed. Not that they went a whole lot faster. We're going 1 mile per hour faster than we were before. But the point is, it is faster. Alright. I do find it interesting that they back up with the plow unfolded, they fold it, they turn, they get back into position, then they unfold it again. Don't know. 16.66666% faster. I mean, they could just turn more efficiently or more... Not efficiently. They could just turn around where they don't have to, like, do as many points and that already be faster in its own. But yeah, as soon as the rain stops, we'll switch over and we'll drive the harvester for a little while. Because then I can pull up and then drop stuff into the parked cart or parked trailer while the other two work. And then as soon as, you know, this becomes available, it takes over the trailer. Just so many things that need doing. I'll also have to potentially look at like what it's gonna cost to, like, how much better the other stone thing is. I know the other stone thing is bigger. Oh wait, I forgot I could just hit a button. Oh, here's the sales for today. Don't tempt me. Alright, so if we were to look at the stone pick-upper things, Where are you? It's like literally called like stone collector, stone picker. You're here somewhere. Stone pickers, there we go. Yes, this is the one we have. Its width is 2 meters. That one's 5.5. So it's significantly faster, but it does require 120 horsepower, which is honestly probably doable. Why are you... Oh, so you have a lower capacity, but a much larger width. Okay. Yeah, so it'd be nice if I could do that, because it would make it just shy of 3 passes of the little one I would get per pass. But it's 52,000, and honestly, I'd rather spend that money on getting the grain mill built. Which, how much was that? We can check all that while we're driving around like this. So construction. Because we can go to production. Yeah, so that's the grain mill. It's 96,000 for the grain mill. It might be, well... Yeah, because normally what you do is you just take a bank loan to fund this. Yeah, so the plan is to put it like right around here. Is where I want to put the grain mill. And then what would happen is we would drop off the grain into where you see the chute over there on the left. And then I believe right in front of that bay door is where we pick up the flour to then sell. We'll see. We'll see where we're at when we sell stuff from the greenhouse. If it's looking like it's going to be reasonable, we'll deal with that. Otherwise, I actually don't have, other than just continuing to make money and wait for it, I don't have an alternative. Why are you still raining? It's supposed to be not as rainy now. Because that's what we're waiting on, is the rain to go away so I can start harvesting again. Why are you horribly misaligned? Oh, never mind, you got it. Sorry for judging. I wasn't expecting the turn at the end there. Hey, we can finally get out and start harvesting again. Actually, I will have the AI do it as well. Which does cost me money, but I'm hoping, at the rate this thing is filling up, that...
Thank you, Lornal, for subscribing for 7 months. Farming. I think I can find some farming songs somewhere, lol.
Hey, Lornal, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month that you can use here on Twitch, and you chose to use it here. So I really do appreciate that you would do that here. And thank you again so much for doing that. I've been subbed to the channel for 7 months, and that's a heckin' long time, and so thank you again for continuing to renew that sub. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again. Yeah, so my hope is, by the time this thing fills up, I will have the plowing done with the blue tractor. I can put away the plow for, like, I'm not going to put it all the way away. I'm just going to, like, dump it on the hill here, because I'm going to need it again as soon as that feels sorted. Oh, I can already see the stone pickers skipping rows. The AI is so bad. It is one of the things I've debated, is getting a mod to make the AI a little less terrible. But then I can go ahead and grab the wagon and have the wagon help out with this. Until this field's done, then we can go ahead and get it plowing, and I can manually take over the harvester and fill the cart and yada yada. Isn't there a 2023 version? So, basically, you've got For the PC version, Farming Simulator 22 is the latest. There is Farming Simulator 23, but it goes on this. It's a mobile game. But yeah, so 2022 is the latest PC version, and they do update it regularly. Like, they update it literally, like, 2 or 3 weeks ago. They had their latest, like, DLC release and all that for 22. I actually have heard that the mobile version isn't bad, but for me personally, it's like, you know what I don't want to do? Long hours of farming on my phone. The one that is interesting is they did announce that they're going to do like farming. It's something like Farming Simulator Kids or something like that, or Farming Kids or whatever. That it is a farming simulator game, but it's like really, really simplified and cartoony. I don't think it's going to be actually like this, but it is a very, very cartoony, kid-oriented farming game. And I'm like, you know what? I'd play it. At least to check it out, I'd play it. I'm not sure I would play it for any length of time. But I'm curious. Alright, so you got 2 passes. This will probably fill up almost the exact same time. No, this might actually be fine. I'm expecting to have to do a lot of cleanup on that stone picker on that field. A lot of cleanup. All right. I do look forward to when we have the much bigger tools that prepping all these fields just goes that much faster. Because like you can see how much faster that plow gets through a field than the stone picker up does. Because of how much bigger it is. It's something like 6 meters or whatever, 9 meters, whatever is the width of that thing. Let's see. Lauren says, this game would live and die on its AI, considering the large amount of space there is for farming. Yeah, I mean, the idea is there's like multiplayer kind of stuff you can do. And then the other thing you can do is turn around, and if we start getting the farm to such a large size that I cannot get through all the work that needs done in a day, then you can make it so an in-game day is only half of a month, or half of a month as opposed to the full month. You can effectively slow down time, which may end up being something we do as the game progresses. But, I also could imagine at that point we'd get the better AI so I can at least shove them outfield and be like, finish this job. And I can count on them actually finishing the job. Versus right now, we definitely babysit a lot of them and do a lot of cleanup after their work. Okay, I was gonna say, you're making me nervous that you're gonna, like, skip a row. Get so big the world slows down for you? Well, it's actually that we move so fast that it seems like time is slower. No. That's not at all how it works, by the way. It's just literally making it so there's more days in a month. Because by default, it's just 1 day per month. What are you doing, Blue Tractor? And the good news is, like, none of this has to be done to, like, the only thing I want to make sure I get done today is the harvest and sell. I obviously want to get as much of the field prepped for planting tomorrow as I can. But technically, it's not that urgent. I can actually miss an entire in-game month, and all that happens is it just means I plant something else. Okay. You just looked at your Twitch recap. You got some badges that make no sense. There's... Speaking of things that don't make sense, job's done. I'll get back to that in a moment. We're gonna go and fill up this real fast. I'll finish plowing the field. AI says the job is done. They have finished the field. There's nothing more left to do. AI lies to be lazy. Yep. Alright, so we're quickly letting it empty out. I'm gonna park this over here. Because if I didn't do it, it's gonna fill up on the next pass and then that was gonna stop working. Alright. We're paying so much money to the AI right now. I'm gonna have to do another pass, but that's fine. I've got time now. Okay. I'm your most watched channel? Well, thank you. I had a lot of people, even, there's a channel I put in the Discord for the annual recaps for anyone who wanted to share theirs. And there was a lot of people sharing those, like either the top or like the third or the second or whatever, which it makes sense that you would share those there versus, you know, if I didn't show up on your recap, it was like the 8th or whatever. You know, sharing your recap being like, oh, okay, thanks. But a lot of people are sharing it. You know, it's one of those things that you feel kind of honored that people, you know, tune in that much. That, like, they enjoy your content enough that they come back day after day after day. They've just come to prefer what you offer. Alright, so let's finish this field up. And then we'll get the plow positioned for the next field on it. Also, this is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yep. We've got more and more fields. If you're talking about, like, viewership as well, it's just been a thing that, for whatever reason, Farming Simulator is the game that's been, for at least the last couple of weeks, performing better than anything else. Live is age restricted. Your live themes are not suitable for younger audience has been age restricted. What? Hi, TikTok. Way to be like, of all the games I've played on TikTok, that it just flagged as age restricted on TikTok for Farming Simulator 22. Not Project Zomboid, not State of Decay, not any of these other things. It's Farming Simulator 22 that TikTok is like, oh, hold up real fast. Hold up real fast. I think not. Inappropriate for children. Like, it didn't get suspended or something. It's just, it's age restricted, the channel over there. Oh, never change TikTok. But actually change. Like, really, if you could change really soon, I'd very much appreciate it. Not even related to the age restricted thing. Just the switching categories and so many other things. Like letting me use OBS over there. That's the big one. That's what I want. Don't make me run your crap other software that is super unoptimized and just munches my CPU for breakfast. It makes OBS seem like lean and wilting. You don't even know a joke reason for that? I'm assuming what happened is some person popped in and then they like reported the channel as being, you know, age where it's a thing that happens on TikTok a lot is you'll get reported for stuff that makes no sense. I've not had a problem, but I've known a lot of creators that use TikTok that they'll genuinely get reported, then get their channel suspended, and then reinstated out of nowhere and weird stuff. You want to talk about it, Tractor? You, I actually appreciate your commitment to the work there, but, I'm not sure that's gonna work out for you. AI is like, I am finishing this row. To heck with this rock. To be fair, I'd rather they do that than what they do normally, which is skip half the field because there's a single like a single tree stump that they won't even get stuck on. There we go. All right. This is canola. So we had barley in this field. This is canola, and the last field might be wheat. I don't actually remember what the last field is. I think the last field might be wheat. No, the last field's oats. And I've got two other fields that will grow before these ones already. Those are both sunflowers for the moment, just because that's what I could put in there that would grow in this time frame. What else is... you just saw someone who had 17,000 hours watched in Twitch. The one thing to keep in mind when you see those ridiculously high hours is you can have overlapping tabs. I think up to 3. And it will count all those simultaneously. So if I watch 10 hours with 3 tabs open, it can count for 30 hours. That said, it's still a long time. But, like, for example, I don't remember what mine was. It was very high as well. Like, it was like 7,000 or 8,000 hours. But it is those things that, you know, I'm on here all the time. I think technically it counts me as watching my own stream. Because, you know, I keep it on that way. If, like, the channel gets disconnected or whatever, I can see immediately. I don't have to wait for people to be like, you know, see it drop and let me know it dropped and all that. I can just look over and be like, oh crap, it turned blue. It can also let me notice, like, if it's, like, getting super pixelated or whatever. And then I tend to lurk a lot of channels and all that when I'm not actually streaming. I mean, there's people who, like, meme about watching streams and all that. Generally speaking, the way I look at streaming, like, tuning in, people being entertained, is that streaming is kind of the same idea as the, like, back in the day, like, the radio star. You know, you do have, like, really small local radio hosts that, you know, they're smaller, but they might be, like, beloved in the area, that kind of thing. You also have, like, the much bigger name ones. But, it is an entertainer and all that. I'm also I'm also not the person who's ever bought into, you know, it's like, oh, play too many video games, like, need to get a life, that kind of stuff. It's like, it's entertainment. How long do people who don't play games do other things for entertainment? People don't get as judgy about that either. Everyone has their things they do for entertainment, to escapism, and all that kind of stuff. keeping yourself happy and all that, you know, has a value. All right, how are you doing? Not quite halfway through the field. Not just because I needed that. Oh yeah, like there's like that is it's really easy if you have like you feel like you should be accomplishing more. It's really easy to fall into the trap of feeling like you need to be working every second of every day and always like keeping like non-stop. And it's like, cool, you can do that for maybe 6 months, a year, 2 years, and then totally burn out and then not be able to keep yourself focused on anything because you've kind of hit your limit. And different people have like different amounts they can handle. But I do know early on in my career, the people I know who they would eat, sleep, and breathe work, not one of them is still working in the same industry they were before because they burned out so badly they couldn't keep doing it. So it is one of those things that there is a work-life balance you have to be careful about. And then when you're not working, you got to do something to relax, entertain, escape, whatever terms you want to use for it. Something that isn't work. Like there is absolutely balance, and I've been to the place where I just worked myself to death. I haven't brought it up in a while. There was a point that I was a full-time college student. I had a full-time job. Independent of that, I was running a side business doing computer repair and networking, consulting, and installations. Independent of that, I had a part-time job in retail. And independent of all of that, I was also teaching college courses. Like, I believe at the time, I think I'd done the tally that I was a full-time student and I had 5 jobs. All at the same time. Would I recommend it? No. No, I would not. It's an interesting phenomena that you actually have to get enough sleep to be able to form memories. So there's parts of my life that have just this big blank in it. With just like 1 or 2 like moments of stuff here and there. Because I overworked myself that bad. And then 1 semester later, I quit all but one of those jobs because I couldn't keep doing it. So I absolutely have 100% understood like going hard. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like I had passed off the entire business to the like I'm gonna call them the partner. It wasn't like a partner in official capacity, but it was another one of the people who the way that business worked is there was a group of us who all were doing the same thing, but we didn't have like a CEO or whatever. Like I had started my business, got my set of customers set up, and there was just too many for me to handle. Like I physically didn't have enough hours in the day to do it. And it was just kind of one of those things that I was like, okay, here's my entire list of contacts for all the customers. I'm out. I can't do it anymore. So I handed that off. I kept the full-time job. I quit the retail job. Which when I say is retail, it was like pricing, inventory audit, that kind of thing on that one. I didn't work that role very long. But it had been a retail job. I'd worked a bunch of different roles. What are you doing? Look, I'm trying to position myself so I can pick up the crap after you. Your brain would shut off after the first set of job. Yeah, no, that was the kind of thing. So luckily for me, the college job, like being the instructor, was kind of the first thing. So it's pretty fresh for that. I don't know how I got through the college part. Like I passed all my classes, but I don't remember anything I learned. Which is not surprising considering complete sleep deprivation going on. As the Not In Just Gold said, you're in grad school right now, and I'm debating doing a graduate assistant thing, but I don't want to burn out either. 20 extra hours might be doable, though. Yeah, no, it's you've got to gauge it. And there's definitely times in my career, even after that, where it's like, okay, I'm going to do this thing. It's not sustainable, and I know it. But I'm only doing this for, 1 month or whatever. So it's probably fine for that short window, or a couple of weeks where it's probably fine for that short window. By the time it starts to catch up, it'll no longer be a thing. But it's being aware that, yeah, this isn't a long-term thing I can keep going with. Is concerned what people do after college. I'm not sure college is designed to teach you something rather than let you experience life away from home. I would disagree with that, both as someone who was a student at one point and a college instructor. Now, is college the right choice for everyone? No, absolutely, I wouldn't say that. And that's not even like personality-wise. There are jobs that there are college degrees for that I'd say, yeah, you can choose to get the degree as one of your options, but would I recommend it? No. Like, honestly, right now, for computer science, for example, I would probably recommend you, like, it is an option. I don't want to imply that don't get a computer science degree at all. But it is one of those things, for the cost and everything, I would probably recommend doing what they refer to as a code camp. Or going to an e-learning solution where you go to, online courses or whatever. I think those make more sense nowadays than a computer science degree, which my degree is part computer science. So this is me saying I made that decision to get that degree, and at the time I would argue it was the correct choice. But now, 10 plus years later, I don't believe that's necessarily still the case. And obviously you got to look at your own situation and all that kind of stuff. You obviously also, when it comes to if you're going to be a doctor or lawyer or an engineer, you're legally required to get certain certifications that you go through colleges. You're probably going to college for that. But it is one of those things that... Alright, so that field is worth 5,700. Not super exciting, but that's still profitable. There are lots of things that, when I was much younger, it'd be like, the answer you do here is you get your degree. That's just what you do. But it's got way more nuance than it used to. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You got coworkers to do work that has no relation to what we do at work. You've got coworkers that do work that has no relation to what we do at work. Okay. Is that not like a management problem? That your coworkers are doing other stuff? Oh, you mean studied. Yeah, well, that's normal. That's not a surprise. There are so many people who go into a degree program, and then there's all that. To keep in mind, I am on the hardest difficulty, so I'm getting considerably less than you would normally get on easier difficulties. I mean, you also have people who go in their career for one thing, and then, a couple years down the road, they either, again, they burn out the thing, they decide it's not what they want, whatever the reason is, everyone has their reasons. That they basically lose that skill set because they switch careers. Like, there's a lot of people who poo-poo on individuals switching careers, except for, statistically speaking, the vast majority of people will have, I think it was 3 or 4 careers in their lifetime in completely different fields, different whatever. And they'll usually have some overlap skill set to pivot and all that, but that they are simply different jobs, different roles, whatever. And that's fine. To me, the purpose of college is twofold. One, if you're legally required to have a degree or certification or whatever, to get whatever legal documents you are required to have. Because you physically can't work those jobs if you don't have those credentials. The second thing it's there for is to get your foot in your door of those first couple of jobs. Now, like I said, should every person get a degree? No. There are definitely career paths that getting a degree doesn't... Like, there's another option that's either more cost or time effective or practical or whatever you want to say. And, like, computer science, part of the reason I'd argue to taking the alternative path is a lot of times when you go to college, they go, what are we going to teach you? Java. What are we going to teach you? C++. And you can certainly still find work in those. I don't want to say they're bad languages or anything like that, because they're not. But depending on what you're looking at doing, they can very easily be the incorrect choice. If you're trying to click a link or send a link, we do have links turned off. You're going to find 99% of Twitch, that's true, has links turned off. It's a safety thing. We get bots that roll through. Oh, VBNet? VBNet's not my favorite, but it's still used. I would definitely argue it's probably not the first choice. That's what we used. Yeah, like I've definitely taken jobs that use VBNet. It's not my preference, but it's perfectly fine. It's .NET under the hood. If it's .NET under the hood, it's the same as like C#, it's same as F#, it's same as all those other ones so far as what you get on the other end of the product. It's just kind of the big thing is VBNet is definitely not as popular as C#. Like, if I was to recommend, you know, hey, you're learning programming for the first time, like, looking to be able to get a job, but also looking at something that is a reasonable language to start learning, I'd probably recommend, like, C#, Python would be probably my 2 first choices. Python if you're looking for functional languages, which functional does not mean usable. Functional is a structure. And then C# if you're looking for object-oriented. You know, then from there, if you want to specialize in, like, helping make simulators, you can pivot over to C++ from C#. If you're looking at doing, like, more broad scope stuff like Java covers, well, C# will get you most of the way to knowing Java because they share a lot of how they are coded. Python being functional, you can pivot that over to stuff like F# and whatnot. C# lets you do web dev perfectly fine. Like, that's kind of my thing, is if I were to recommend, is find a nice general purpose language that can do everything at least okay. And then if down the road you want to specialize. So, like, Python, one of your specializations would be, like, machine learning. Would be where the places you'd go with that. Versus, like, Python is not as well suited for web dev or mobile dev. Where C# is a lot better at kind of letting you do everything. Like, even game dev uses C# in a lot of places. Not just gold saying, I'm into data analyst stuff and mostly been working with R for the past year, and you've gotten pretty comfy. Learning about Python this coming semester. Gotcha. Yeah, now if you're doing a lot of data analyst, Python will probably be one of the languages you'll end up looking at. Realistically, as a dev, unless you want to pigeonhole yourself in a corner, you're going to end up learning different languages. Have I ever worked with R? I have not, actually. Like, I've done, you know, C#, C++, C, Objective-C, PHP, like all the stuff like HTML and CSS and JavaScript and whatnot. Java a little bit. What else have we done? There's more than that. Like all your database stuff, like T-SQL. There's more. Ruby on Rails. What else? The real booger was when I was writing my courses, the framework running my courses was a Ruby on Rails website, so I had to deal with that. Whereas my courses themselves were dealing with a lot of stuff like .NET, C#, F#, a little bit of Java, whatnot. So it was running a virtual machine inside of Ruby on Rails, like a Ruby on Rails website. Obviously, the virtual machine wasn't in Ruby on Rails. That's not a thing. That then would run C# and it put out like its debug information, its unit test results, which would then have to be read by Ruby to present the information to the user. And it really hurts your brain to be jumping between 3 languages like that, not even counting the web languages, like themselves. You're gonna say, if you're looking for a functional language, R would be a more practical choice. Used to do C++ and Java. Then I became a mechanical engineer. That is a very common thing that people get into dev, that a very large number of them will eventually switch to more hands-on jobs. There's like the joke of developers becoming farmers or lumberjacks or stuff like that, which makes a certain amount of sense when you do a lot of just creative dev work that you're engaging your brain, but your body just kind of sits in a chair all day, that as your brain gets exhausted and you really want something different, that you go a different direction with it. You're just looking for something that you're not mentally taxed day in and day out. I also know just as many people who worked in engineering or in sales or in marketing or whatever else that then became devs. I do feel like that's part of the career change thing, is you become exhausted and fatigued with the style of work you're doing and eventually switch up what you're doing. Python isn't used for its functional components, is it? Yeah. It's usually contrast to other functional languages. Yeah, no, functional is usually in returns to functional to object-oriented programming. Functional is a coding paradigm or structure, whatever you want to say. So to give you the idea, and I'm going to probably get this wrong because I haven't done nearly enough functional programming. So object-oriented programming, I'd say I have a dog. Like, dog is an object. Dog has an object, has a function in it, or a method, run, or bark, or jump. And then dog has properties to it that the dog has long fur, or short fur, or this color eyes, or whatever. And that, you know, you're based around objects. That you have an object that contains all these like all these methods, all these properties. Functional languages are more oriented towards tasks, or you know, work units, whatever you want to say, which is one of the reasons why it's way more catered for like databases. That you may not care as much about the object, as it were, that you're working with, so much as you're saying, I want this to process an order, like process, you know, a transaction, and then you might have a variety of transactions that might have their nuance. And I'm going to get that, like, the function I've got all wrong. I haven't done functional programming in a very long time. But it's kind of what the basis is. And you can technically make objects of a sort in functional programming. That's not really the point. So it's kind of what your focus is. They can both do things that the other one does. It's just, like for video games, you're usually going to use object-oriented programming most of the time. Can you use functional programming? Sure. If I remember correctly, I want to say EVE Online is built very heavily on Python on the back end. Whereas the vast majority of games out there would be some form of object-oriented programming. Again, whether you're Java or C# Or for a lot of engines, they'll have their own custom languages, or C++ is very common. Well, not as common as it used to be, but still sticks around for like usually the underlying architecture. Because the big thing was back in the day, C++ straight up outperformed, like C# and all that, assuming you have the same quality of code kind of thing. But the amount of benefit you get from using C++ versus like C# nowadays is far more nuanced than it used to be. So where you'll still have people's like, oh, but C++ is better. It's like, not really. Like, if we're talking strictly from the theoretical and technical, you'd be right. But in the practical, use your preference. You're going to make mistakes in C++ here and there that are going to rob you of that benefit. That, other languages being a bit more merciful with like memory management and all that aren't going to hurt you nearly as bad for getting it wrong or whatever. For C++, you get it wrong, then you just straight up have a memory leak. Does Python not use object-oriented programming at all? Last I recall, like I said, you can, but that's not what it's intended to or designed for. Like, there are ways you can do it. Like, you're not going against how it works, but that's not how functional languages are intended on working. That's kind of mishmashing multiple design philosophies. Usually that's what you get when someone like me is working in functional programming, because it requires a different approach to even how you think about the problem. And so sometimes when you're trying to implement a solution in a hurry where you go, okay, I need 2 months, and the boss says you have 3 weeks, that you're like, well, I know this isn't how I should do it, but I don't have the time to figure out how to do it right. So we're going to get out the duct tape and bubble gum and just hodgepodge this together to get it working, and we'll try and clean it up as much as we can. Let's see, Infinity Simplex, we learned Python as an interpretive object-oriented language back in the day. Yeah. AI Worker has a full tank. Okay. What? Oh, I see. I see what's happening. Alright, so we gotta drop this off. Yeah, no, it can be. But it's really intended being a functional language. Most of my development was done on object-oriented side. I did do some rare stuff in functional, because it's not an uncommon thing to happen if you're going to be a developer who gets around to the point that you do enough to become like senior level and all that, that what you end up running into is you'll work for a company who acquires a project or a code base or another company or whatever that's written in another language, and usually when there's an acquisition or a merger or anything of that nature that happens, people churn, and usually quickly. Like, even if it's not a bad acquisition or whatever, it's a change in company culture. It's also a time that people will tend to look broadly around and be like, am I being paid enough? Is there other stuff I want to do? That's a very common thing that after those happen. So you end up getting this, like, a PHP website as, like, the main product for the group acquired. And then a bunch of their devs bail. And, like, maybe the junior dev sticks around because they like the new company culture versus the old one. But, the information you needed disappeared. So you got to relearn how it works, because people are really bad at documenting. People are really, really bad at documenting. It is a real problem. And so you basically have to rediscover how the website works, which means you got to figure out how the language works. And it happens a lot. And people who can do that are sought after. That you can make really good money in the industry if you become what's referred to as a polyglot, which is just someone who can do a bunch of different languages. Because it is one of those things that once you learn a handful of languages, it's usually not that hard to learn other languages kind of thing. Like when you learn C#, learning Java from a basis of knowing C# is pretty easy, relatively speaking. You know, you learn a functional language. Most of the time, learning another functional language is not that hard because you've got a decent base point to start from. Versus learning your same thing. It's kind of like for an equivalent in like actual language. It's like learning Spanish and then learning Portuguese. Okay, they're different languages. If you go to someone who speaks Portuguese and you walk up and you just start talking Spanish, they'll understand a little of what you're saying, but not a lot of it, and vice versa, because there's a lot of shared stuff between them. But if you're trying to learn, you've at least got a good footing to start from. So it is advantageous to learn a bunch of language. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't just sit there and while you're at home just go, okay, I've learned enough Ruby, let me learn the next one, and just like try and do it that way. Like have a reason to learn it or whatever. And it can be fair that you're like, okay, I'm doing this, but I recognize like I'm learning PHP, and I recognize one of the weaknesses of PHP is dealing with like back-end data, that kind of thing. It's really a web language. Okay, well, let me find a language that fills in a gap I have in my skill set. For if I wanted to seek other opportunities. Because I will say, the people I've known who've only worked in one language, sometimes, you know, sometimes there is languages that last. Like if you learn Java, you can still keep doing Java, it's still around. But there's a lot of languages that fall in and out of favor for different purposes, and you've got to just figure it out. I'm going to say, is there a hierarchy, like learning Spanish after Portuguese is easier and vice versa? I'm sure there is, but I wouldn't know it. Let's see, Not in Just Gold says, you want to learn HTML and CSS to get more comfortable with web scraping? Yeah, that's totally fine. This is such a mess. This AI worker has done me wrong on this field. For the record, I don't speak fluent Spanish and or Portuguese, so I don't have an answer for you. I used to be pretty much fluent in German, and I'm fluent in English. But most other languages, I would be in what I would jokingly refer to as survivalist knowledge. I know enough to, like, be able to go there, ask for the bathroom, you know, ask for how to get back to my hotel, be able to navigate ordering a meal, that kind of stuff. I used to be fluent, like, pretty much fluent in German. Used to be. I'm probably down to survivalist mode because, you know, when you don't use it, you lose it. Like, if I sit down with someone who speaks German and we try and talk in German, like, after I warm up for a little while, I'll do better, but I won't be anywhere near where I was. Alright, so we're done with the harvester for now. I'm going to go ahead and take the harvester back to the shop. Gas it up, repair it, do all that stuff. We could then sell the oats for a little bit more money. The oats what we got out of that was pretty bad. Once we're done with that, we'll attach the plow onto the blue tractor and have it start plowing the next field. And all that good stuff. I imagine what we'll eventually want to do is somewhere over there set up the like a gas station right there, like a gas station and service center. I think you can build those, and get that set up right there in the area we're operating, so I don't have to, you know, take a harvester and drive it across town to restock, like, gas it up, fix it up, all that. But we're not at that point. So we make do. It's probably also a thing, I want to say you can get a semi that can carry a bunch of your farming equipment. So I could just have the semi with the back of it, have this drive onto that semi, and then instead of rolling up here at 14 miles an hour, we can get here closer to 30 to 50. Alright. This is eating up into our profit a lot, and it's upsetting me. Because I'm contemplating, it's like, okay. We need to get some, you know, increased revenue. And a building that can do process materials is kind of the one that's been crossing my mind, but I gotta get up to like 98,000. Now granted, if we weren't doing the Survivor Man, you just take a loan, you buy the building, and then you pay off the loan. Which is usually not my preference in game. Like, I generally, even in the games, don't like taking loans, like really don't like taking loans. I will if games require it, because some of them will. Like, some of the games, like, mechanically how they work, they start you with, like, no money, and they'll be like, oh, no, you ran out of money. You'll need to get a loan to buy that last building you need. And you kind of stare at the game going, really? You're gonna make me take a loan? Can't I just work my way up? Do like it did in, Big Ambitions. It's like, you're required to take a loan to advance the story. You take your $1,000 loan or whatever it is, and you just immediately pay it back and go, no. You can't make me. I'll just operate out of my gift shop for an extra year. Okay. There's a reason. How did your Big Ambition run go? It went really well. I enjoy it. I like Big Ambitions. I know they just came out with another update that's supposed, or they were coming out with an update. I can't remember. It's one of the two. There's an update either already out or happening soon for Big Ambition. That well, Big Ambitions. That that has a whole bunch of stuff where they're adding a bunch of business, massive amounts of optimization, and all that. And so that's all really good. But yeah, generally I've really enjoyed that game. Go check it out then? Yeah, no, it's Big Ambitions is like serial entrepreneur tycoon where they drop you in Manhattan and like it's not spoiling anything. They give you like $50,000 or whatever the amount is. You start a gift shop, and then the idea is you open up a new business and a new business. You still have your old ones, but you're basically just making this giant sprawling company and all that. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to play more Big Ambitions in the future. I'm just kind of waiting for like when they have a major like content update kind of thing. Alright, that's 3.5. Those are the fields that we forgot to fertilize and everything until it was too late, so we didn't get the payout we should have. And I enjoyed it. It's every time we get, like, we're still ahead in the amount of money we made today in-game. Like, we started this in-game day with something like 12,000 or something like that. So we didn't make nearly as much as I had hoped after all of the expenses of like maintenance on the mowers and all that, but we still turned a profit. And considering I forgot to fertilize 2 of those fields, it certainly could have been worse. Realistically, what happened is we had 2 of the fields made us money and 2 of the fields lost us money, but the amount we made was more than the amount we lost, so we ultimately turned a profit. And that's because in a hard difficulty, it's important that you don't forget important things like fertilizing a field. But the whole time we've been making a lot of money on that greenhouse. It's just we haven't paid out yet. We're waiting till it's going to be maximum payout. And a big part of it is because I'm having the AI do so much work that they're what's eating into a lot of my profits. Because one of those fields I'm probably spending, I would guess, $2,000-$3,000 per harvest on just running the AI. I kind of wish, and there's a mod I already know to do this. I kind of wish when it came to turning too tight with the plow. Nah, we'll just go the long way. I kind of wish that what we could do is whatever vehicle I'm in, I could effectively turn on the AI for that vehicle while I'm in it, and I wouldn't be charged more. The idea is, you know, my character doing their thing. There we go. I was brain farting the controls so badly. I'll just do this myself while we wait for the stone pickup thing. Alright, that is supposed to be perfectly horizontal. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Now, I don't know, are these 2 fields perfectly next to each other? No, it looks like this one goes 1 tile farther down. So we might miss this far edge. We did. It's fine for right now. We'll clean it up on the next pass. Basically, what I want to do is where I can cut across both fields in 1 pass. So kind of doing 2 fields at once with not as much effort. That is one of the things I'm just remembering, is this game does have it where the longer you've had a mower, the more maintenance you kind of have to do with it. That's fine, we'll clean it up. Oh, I see. We were in a straight line, but over time it fell off that line. Try and clean this up. There's probably also a mod that I can like lock the when I turn in direction, like lock it, be like stay on that line. Because what happens is as times like your tractor will ever so slightly get bumped to the sides and all that, you know, because the terrain's not perfectly flat, and it's designed to be realistic like that. But I'm like, yeah, but I want to be able to be like, no, lock it in, don't make me like, it'd be one thing if I had a steering wheel where I could very incrementally do it, but the keyboard is kind of like you keep tapping your directions back and forth constantly, and all that. You had to clear enough desk to use your mouse. How goes it? Miss the Rimworld, if there was any. Yeah, no, we did like 4+ hours of Rimworld. We did finish the phase 2 of Arco Nexus. We are now in phase 3. Got a pretty good start on that. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Like maybe between this stream and next time I play Farm Sim, I might see if there is an AI that I could just be like, you know, like I really mostly just want it to stay when I line up to like 90 degrees. I don't have to sit here like constantly tweak and adjust it. I get people who want to like babysit it like that, but as a content creator where I'm sitting here having a conversation with chat and all that, it's really not that important. There's such a mod. Oh yeah, no, I've heard people mention it before. I don't know the name of it. I'd have to look it up. All right, and in theory, we're at 270, so that should be a straight line. So you get how much it's getting knocked off course, where it keeps like bobbing in and out. We'd be getting way more with this pass, but that is what it is. It's not like we're at a huge rush. That person still has quite a bit they need to do. I might even be able to finish this field before they do. It's going to be close. We're not making terrible time, though. It's going to be dark and not too much longer, and I usually try and have us go in for dark, because it's harder to watch this in the game when it's nighttime. You could just see, like, the cone of light, and it's also really hard to do. Like, this one wouldn't be hard, but, like, picking up the stones is really hard to do in the dark, because it's really hard to make out where the plow lines are and all that kind of stuff, versus the other stone lines. Okay. The AI drives like your grandmother in a snowstorm when she forgot her glasses and is late for bingo. I mean, for me, the AI doesn't really get that. Alright. And we can cut between these two trees. Bonk. Didn't look like it was down for a second. Alright, we're gonna forget the coordinates, and I'm just gonna hug the edge on the right here. You're saying this? Oh, not going straight? Yeah. Alright. Because I figure me doing these two fields is probably going to save me somewhere in the area of like $2,000 worth of money I'd be paying the AI to do it. Maybe less, since this is the big plow and it won't go nearly as far. Yeah, very last Lardine, you missed the space, so it thought you were putting tire.butt as a website. The very last Lardine had said, "I'm tired, but I can't fall asleep," which is a bummer. Yeah, no, the auto mod detecting links will absolutely, anytime you miss a space, will just assume it's a link, even if it makes no sense. Well, not auto mod, it's the link detection for the bot. Been there. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think everyone's been there where it's like, I need to sleep. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I said Autumn, I was like, oh wait, no, that's Firebot. Such an iconic website. Have you heard of it? Tired.but. If but was a valid domain extension, you know that would be a website, right? There would be no question about it. I'm not going to go into what that website would contain. You can use your creative imaginations. Or you can try to continue to remain whatever level of innocence you feel you have and not think about that. We didn't need to go into anything. We do try and keep the channel at, what I jokingly refer to as, like, the gray area of safe for work. So, it's not strictly safe for work kind of thing. It's not like, you know, saying a swear word is strictly forbidden or anything like that. The joke being is if you were to watch the stream on a computer while you're working or whatever, your boss might look over and kind of like raise an eyebrow, but not actually get out of their chair and be like, hey, come on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Basically, enough you wouldn't get in trouble. Alright. You're still working over there. The other reason I think maybe we do end up ultimately going to the cultivator versus the plow is even though when you cultivate you have to deal with weeds, which is an extra thing to you know, like deal with and all that. It's just so much faster. So you'd have to do like a whole extra process, but both those processes you can go pretty quickly. Because it also doesn't help I'm having to, because I'm going against the direction this wants to be. I'm having to like fold and unfold it every time. What I ought to do is, what we'll do on the next pass is instead of me staying on this side, I'm going to do the outside of the lane kind of thing. So it's lined up where I can turn left and not have to worry about it. Because I can't turn right because of that green bracket behind me, I catch on it. But turn left, I can go as sharp as I want. It's relatively fine. I just pick it up out of the ground, so it's not an issue. Looks like you might have 2 more passes to go before you're done. Which should be fine for me to take them to the far edge here and say, okay, get working over here now. Actually, we probably won't do that. What I'll do is I'll probably just let them finish wherever they're at. I'll keep plowing this. Or maybe not even that. We'll just take this as far as we get with the plowing. Like until it gets dark, or I finish, either or. And then, you know, we have our character turn in for the night, because when it gets dark, I don't want to deal with it. And our planting would be the next in-game month for one of the fields. So like when we go to sleep, we'd have our next seeding and all that. We should have plenty of time to deal with that. Yeah, so I can pick that up. Is our man surviving? Yep. Our farm is looking pretty good so far. The crop yields are pretty not great, but I mean, we are still making money. Just waiting for that big cash out of the greenhouses. We got rid of the overpowered greenhouses that came with the map because they were exceptionally overpowered. So they bootstrapped us, and then we're like, wait a second, this isn't right, and we got rid of them. For like zero regular investment there, making me $40,000 or $50,000 a day, and it's like, Hang on a second. That's not how a tiny little wooden greenhouse works. The other thing we could technically buy is I technically could buy solar panels and make like $600-700 a day, which, you know, would be similar to this, but there's no upkeep cost. Did you replace it with different greenhouses? Yeah, so I replaced the greenhouses that we had before that were producing like $40,000 to $50,000 a day because they're part of this modded map, and they were incredibly overpowered once we got using them. And I replace them with just the regular vanilla greenhouses, which still can be pretty lucrative, but it's more like $20,000, you know, a year per greenhouse. And then they do have some operating expenses. I don't think that's gonna get... we got it. It's fine. It might also be one of those things that eventually we get rid of the stone pickups, you know, phase of this. Because that'll get one of those things that eventually starts to get tedious after a while. I know a lot of servers, they turn off the stone pickup. It's one of the things that the game added. I don't remember what version that there's a lot of people turn off. No, the lines are different? Yeah, because I stopped going using the compass and I'm more just following the edge. Are you done already? You're just like taking my money now? No, you got one more stripe. That's fair. We still have to do the cleanup on what it missed. Yeah, if we check yeah, so I got, I believe, 2 in-game months before those other fields are ready to harvest. So it's coming up, but it's not quite there yet. Those will be sunflowers, and they should have a good harvest. Should have a decent yield. Yeah, it should be done anytime now. And I'll just have to clean up the edge by where that rock is. I'll have skipped it. I imagine there's a lot of time that people combine all, like, a whole bunch of their fields into one giant field. It probably even makes sense, too. Like, right now, with my more limited space, I'm trying to make sure I can knock out a field in time. Okay. We demand perfection and symmetry. Yeah, it's not in the right place if that's what you're hoping for. Sorry. Okay. Are you done? You sure you're not done? One moment. Stop. They had already finished the field, but they're going to keep stone picking up the entire rest of the already done field and just taking my money. So we just quickly popped over there real fast and put a stop to that nonsense real quick. All right. Okay, it's finally starting to get dark. It's not quite there yet. We're going to have our sunset soon. And it'll start getting dark quickly. So it doesn't look like I'm going to actually finish plowing the fields in-game today, which that's fine. We'll go there. He just missed a few. He missed a couple of... They're being stubborn. They need a few more passes. Well, no, they missed areas, but they're not even doing those areas because it's by the giant rock. So I am going to have to go through and clean up after them. But that's fine. We'll deal with that when we get there. Okay. And I would hand this over to the AI, but it's like the AI has proven it's particularly bad at plowing fields. Like specifically plowing fields, it seems to be absolutely terrible. I like leaving these giant triangle shapes unplowed on each end of the field. All right. Yeah, when it gets to be like 8 p.m. in game or whatever it starts to actually get proper dark, we'll go in and do the whole fast forwarding by going to sleep kind of thing. Oh, can we actually see? So that says it needs rolling. All right. The problem is I can't afford a roller, and it's gonna hide what level of fertilization it's at. Because a roller is 50,000, and I do want to eventually get one, but you know, the whole not having 50,000 is a pretty difficult hurdle when it costs 50,000. Okay. The one nice thing about plowing is we don't have to worry about weeds. Because those are another thing, if you don't take care of weeds, they'll hurt your production. You get a lower yield at the end. Have you tried not being broke? Aw, man. I knew there was something wrong with my strategy. I just really thought not taking the Born into Wealth starting was, I just really thought that was the plan. Like, go for the long game or whatever. That shows me. Tried to theorycraft without knowing the rules of the game. Honestly, we can probably finish this before it gets dark, proper dark. Oh, I didn't even realize that the plow had its own lights on it. This is the first time I've really noticed that. That's cool. Makes sense. So you can actually see what the heck you're doing. All right. Yeah, so the next in-game day starts. I'm probably going to take the little tractor and put it on this field to say pick up stones. Then I'll take the big tractor and I'll start seeding that field. And we'll just kind of run with it. I wasn't really paying attention to which of those crops gave me the best pay. We can actually check that while this is going. So we have wheat. Looks like canola is the one doing the best. Yeah. So let's not worry about diversifying our crop. Let's just go canola. Try and get the most money we can out of it. Oh, this will show us price fluctuations. Yeah, canola sells for the most in November. That's December, that's December, that's December. I also don't know with a lot of these things, like it's worth holding on to stuff to sell it at its premium. But like when you fill up your trailer, I don't think you can just sit there with the trailer full of, I mean, we'd need multiple trailers in the first place, which is another expense. I should probably check to see the what it costs to get a silo. Well, a couple is, well, probably a silo. We'll start with a silo that I can put like all the canola in or whatever to store the canola until it's time for like get the best price from it, versus selling it as soon as we harvest it and getting only a partial amount. So it'd be another one of those things of delaying delaying satisfaction on our payout for our work, but getting a lot more by doing so. Let's see, what's the price difference? So we just sold, it's July, so it's actually end of July is the worst price. So for canola, that means we'd be getting 506 per whatever, versus 701 is the top. And that's November, like, December is literally at the top. It's, like, right there. Versus July is the worst. So basically, it could be getting almost, not quite, 50% more per load if we just sat on it for a little while. So that seems like a good investment. As long as, like, whatever I need to store it isn't, in itself, you know, 100,000... Or honestly, that I can afford whatever it is. But that is yet another thing for us to buy. Which is the problem of we want everything and we can't afford hardly anything. I'm hoping that'll cover the whole path. That way we only have like the one... Nah, it's not quite enough. I missed a spot back there. Nah, it's actually fine. As long as this covers... I can get this to cover most of this whole thing here. I can do that one stripe on the far left there on the way back, and then hit that spot we missed in the middle of the field back there. And then that'll be all the plowing done for all three fields. And then one of the fields has already had the stones collected. All right. And when I get to on that stripe where I know I'm going to have plenty of margin of error, I'm going to take a quick peek to see what, for storing either canola or wheat or like whatever we can store, like what the price of the building that can store it is, to see if we can't, like if it's reasonable that we can increase our profit per harvest. Oh my god, those lines are actually straight. Not for long. I mean, what? Okay, so construction, silos, hay and straw, pallets. You say store crops. Oh man, those are so expensive. Silos that stores crops. You also need an auger conveyor. Silo used to store crops. Well, you know what sucks? Those are all very expensive. Oh yeah, and so this mod has a really cheap $8,000 one that we could use. But, you know, it's really, really cheap for it. Where's the spot we missed? There you are. There, we got the spot we missed. Okay. And it is time for our character to go to sleep. So yeah, so we're not going to be storing anything is the answer, because it's 100,000 for like the cheap one, other than the map mod one, which again, to show you the balance of the map mod stuff, it was only 8,000 when the next cheapest one was 100,000. All right, so let's go. Quickly clean this up. And what was the crop I could plant today? Canola. Yeah, so we decided canola because canola is going to be the one that gets me the most. We might actually get lucky. I'm wondering if I can just put it all in the trailer and just like leave it in the trailer. Like whatever our last load is, just leave that in there so we would get whatever we get from the other ones. Are you sleeping in a bus? Yes. A burned out bus with a wooden stove that was installed. We don't get one of those luxury farmhouses. We were broke. Show them the mattress? I will in a minute. The whole gimmick around this one is we started with a truck, a chainsaw, and then that bus just because mechanically you can't sleep inside your truck in the way the game works. So we just gave ourselves like the bare minimums kind of thing. Let's clean up this spot that it missed. At least it isn't down by the river. I mean, if it's down by the river, I'd have a bath too. Whereas our bus definitely does not contain a bath or a shower. I'm just gonna assume our in-game lore is our character showers by just standing in the greenhouse and letting the sprinklers go off. Which would be nowhere near adequate. But, you know, our situation is definitely not ideal for any human being, so, you know. It's Survivor Man. Yeah, clean up where the AI messes this all up. Went too far with that. Oh no, actually, it managed it. All right. Okay, so we've got that one. I will need to... return this, get the drop-off and everything else. Well, let's deal with this first. It's going to take longer to deal with the stones than it is going to be planting the canola. So get this to drop off the stones real fast. It being deployed or not makes no difference. Okay. It is almost time to sell our, sell all of our stuff out of the greenhouses, which should fetch us a lot of money. Well, a decent amount of money. I was really hoping to get the grain mill sorted out, but I don't think that's happening this quick. So I'm kind of debating what we're working on. One of the metas that people will do is they'll set up, like, I'm not going to do this myself, I don't want to, but you'll get basically a lawnmower with a thing to pick up the grass, and you can just zip around, and it's a couple of thousand every like 2 or 3 in-game days. But I don't want to do that. Oh, I'm sure there's a mod for it that does it. I would be surprised if there isn't. 71 whole dollars for some nice stones. What am I doing going into farming? I could just spend a whole lot of time plowing a field and then picking up the stones for like 75 bucks for an entire day's work. That's way worse than our fields are giving us. I wonder if any of these are showing as red yet. Yeah, the Rual K165. You were laying in the bed of a truck watching clouds once. You fell asleep and someone started driving the truck, not knowing it was back there. So that was a fun way to wake up, I can imagine. Alright, you start taking care of that. I have to look to see what the heck the Breedle 165 is. So we need the cedar. Hey, Dr. Psychotic, thank you so much for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Dr. Psychotic? And what were we streaming today, and how was your stream? And for the people who popped over with that raid, what would you say was the best part of today's stream over at Dr. Psychotic's channel? Alright, so I'm really hoping it'll let me see the fertilization setup. We played RimWorld? Excellent. RimWorld's a great game. But for those looking for RimWorld, Dr. Psychotic's got that going on over there, so you could definitely check that out. In the meantime, we are playing some Farming Simulator. So we're heckin' farming. Got the AI driving around my stone picker horrifically, which is lovely, as I'm planting canola. We got a big field of sunflowers growing next to me. But we're doing a fun little challenge called the Survivor Man Challenge, where we start with $0, a chainsaw, a truck, and a dream. And since then, we've managed to make a bunch of different fields out here. We've got some greenhouses, and we are just struggling on through. But that said, I am a variety streamer, and I do play a lot of RimWorld myself. We've been doing an Arco Nexus run as transhumanist colonies. We just did we're on our 3rd reset now. But yeah. So I'm glad you had yourself a good stream, and thank you again for that raid. I really do appreciate it. I'm trying my best to not use the AI when I can handle something myself right now, just because of how much that's eating into our profit margins. And I need to have significantly more money if I want to keep expanding. I'm also going to have to check with the roller thing, because I'm not going to have the roller, so I'm not going to be able to see how fertilized the fields are. I'm hoping when I mouse over it tells me the yield, I'll be able to like run around with the fertilizer truck and change it. I'm a little worried because the fertilizer truck there is nowhere near full, and I put all the fertilizer I had there, and fertilizer is ridiculously expensive. So I'm really kind of concerned about that. But my hope is we'll be able to bump the yield up enough to make up for it. That it won't burn through it as fast or something like that. Which map? The map I am currently on is called No Man's Land. It's a modded map. It's basically a map that has nothing on it. I'm putting the AI on it. No, I'm not. We're going to go to the other side, then I'll put the AI on it. Oh, we turned it off too. That's fine. Okay. Like, it'll cost me more money to do it this, like, have the AI take over. But with, like, this narrow lane, I want the AI to handle it while I run around and handle logistics of other stuff. Does he enjoy No Man's Land? Trying to think of where this flat. Or do you flatten? Oh, no, we're, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So we are on tiles 46 and 47. So there's actually a hill right there. And I've got like a little bit of a flat spot next to that hill. Up until you hit that, there's the road that goes to the middle of the map to start with. All right. Now we're going to top off our water. That's one greenhouse topped off. Hey, Brady, how's it going? I say we are now. Gonna have to remember that spot for my next playthrough. I'm doing good as well. Thank you for asking. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, notice there's like, you notice this whole area is flat over here as well for the most part. There's lots of flat areas on the map. They're just in between the little bunches of trees and whatnot. Hey, Big Bud, how's it going? Let's see. You're doing your thing. You're doing that perfectly fine. Alright. What the heck is that 165 vehicle? It's like saying is super worn out. Or not worn out. That it's old, so it needs more repair. Ah, it's the fertilizer, I think, is the one. The fertilizer's the one that's... The fertilizer spreader, it's the one that's like, oh, hey, just so you know, like, this thing is old, and therefore needs to be repaired more often. I understand. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, so we got our seeds over here, that's fine. We've got you two both going. How is our prices on the strawberries and all that? So November, so it's still climbing. We definitely don't want to sell yet. We want to wait till January. Like January, February, like late January, early February. Is when we want to sell all the stuff from there. In the meantime, let's knock down a couple of trees while we wait. There's not many left for me to knock down. But just to mix up what we've got going on here. Because I don't have the forestry mod, so I can't just go on to another tile and just do it. So you're planting canola. You're picking up stones. And I don't have a third tractor to do... Well, I mean, I don't have a third tractor that's capable of handling any of the stuff I'd want to do. I should rephrase it. But effectively, I don't have a third tractor. Oh, down the tailgate. Just gonna go this way. When I run along and I end up having to do a bunch of cleanup anyways, I'm just gonna run down this way. Okay. Because they've already accepted I've started clearing this, like I've cleared out enough of this, particular hill that I'm just gonna want to clear it and fix it up later. Maybe put some houses on it or whatever. Because I've been, like, originally my plan was to have, like, our production stuff over where all my tools are and put a bunch of houses through here. Like, make it look like a little rural town, little farm town. But as money has been tough, I've been taking over more and more and more of that for more field space to give me a little bit more revenue. And just dealing with it. And so for this, I'm just basically finding something to do to be productive while the tractors are going. There's one downside I have is I only have one plant, like one seeder. So that's going to be the like, ultimately I can't really make it go faster. I can't have both of them seeding at the same time. I only have one seeder. My hope is that when I get to the last seeder, I'll be able to check on the fertilization of both fields, just running up and seeing what the yield percent is. And if it's, you know, like below 75%, hit it with the fertilizer and see if it has any difference whatsoever. As I'm doing pretty good. Just sawing up a tree real fast. This is probably too big of a cut. Because we also don't have super strength, so I can't pick up more than 200 kilograms. But that's the idea. It's supposed to be a challenge run. So I can't just shortcut around stuff. FG on a 7-stream streak. Grabbing 450 points. Congrats on the points. Yeah, that's how that works. Morning, FG. Can I get a shout out for FG squared, please? For those who don't know, FG Squared, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Also plays a variety of games, including RimWorld, among other things. Was playing... Ooh, was it... It was Outer something. Basically, it was a game that is similar to Forager meets Minecraft. Outpath, thank you. I could remember it was Out, I couldn't remember the full name. That's close enough, whatever. Alright. Yeah, so definitely recommend FG. FG is one of the channels, like, after stream when I'm in the wind down, it's one of my go-tos. Like, it'd be FG Squared, Undead Baron's another one that Bloody Dragon was also one. You'll almost always find me lurking in one of those channels after stream during my wind down. That's probably fine. I need to accept I'm not getting the whole tree. I usually try and get one whole tree into each one of these trucks. How long have you been playing Farm Sim for? Do you mean, like, total hours or today? Total hours? Maybe I'm coming up on... probably a little under 300 hours would be my guess. Today we're probably 2.5, 3 hours in. Because we played RimWorld for most of the earlier part of the stream. We were doing an Arco Nexus, well, we are doing an Arco Nexus run with the Transhumanist Tribe, and we just started our third reset. Nice, balanced, and safe and secure payload. Perfection. Here, let's load up the rest of that tree. I'm going to take a quick peek to see what we have used on the market, see if there's anything particularly helpful for our cause. If so, we'll grab it. If not, then, well, we won't. That's kind of how that works. We're really, like, it doesn't look like it that much. We're really kind of running out of trees that I can cut down here. Because we look at somewhere around here-ish. Yeah, I think it's like right at the edge. Yeah. So I actually do have more than I thought I did. But I don't want to sit here and just cut trees. I'll go cut them when I've got nothing better to do. But we're dealing with them at the moment. I'll probably take over one of the tractors here in a minute. Oh. I must have put a log in that fell out. That happens. Oh, even that is too heavy. That is a really big tree that I have to cut him that short just to be able to pick him up. I'm eagerly awaiting January in game when we get our big cash out from the greenhouses. Okay. There is some rumbling conversations going on about a couple different content creators I know that man, a couple different content creators I know perhaps spinning up a farming simulator server for a little while. It's all kind of still up in the air, but it was just kind of mentioned in passing, and that might actually happen. Don't want to say names in case it falls through. I don't want to be people like, why didn't you do the server? Rual said you're going to do a server. It's still very much in the air, but it does sound like there is interest, which then I'll probably reach out to a bunch of other content creators. I just don't want to reach out to people if it's not going to actually happen. But I have suggested to them that we keep it very, very mod light, because one downside of multiplayer farm sim is everyone needs to be on the same exact version of any mod you install and all that. So it very quickly, if you add a bunch of mods, becomes very hard to manage. So it's kind of like you have your one or two mods, and you just like go onto Discord and be like, here's that. You really like this map? It's your favorite so far? Yeah, I mean, it is a map design where you can make the farm whatever you want it to be. That there isn't like this town that is there that you just cannot change. Other than like pulling out a map editor or something like that. So it's a clean slate. Y'all like Frostpunk? I really like Frostpunk. Still waiting for 2 to happen. It keeps feeling like it's right around the corner, and then we keep having to wait. Alright, this is still gonna have to be three pieces, because I can only pick up 200 kilograms, and it's 417. So there's no way to split 417 and get, like, in 2 ways and get... Well, it's more than double of 200 is the point. Alright. And I'm sure there's someone being upset who's going, but if you make them 6 meters long, they're worth more. I can't pick them up. Don't pick that up. Come on, use the magic. There we go. Use the magic that are those to let me carry stuff I have no business carrying. Should be in our strap up here. There you are. And then the last strap. That's how that works. Physics. Alright, so you're getting pretty close to the halfway point in your field. The other field's probably farther along. The other field's probably also getting pretty close to the point that they'll need me to reload or refill the seeds on it. All right. Okay, and your discount stuff is cool stuff, but nothing I can afford. I mean, other than... Oh, we can get a sprayer. Okay. That'll let me put down the liquid fertilizer after we get stuff right away. Alright. Shouldn't buy this, but we'll end up needing it. Okay, so what that'll happen is that means I'm going to need to take my other tractor and give it the thinner tires. But versus where I can't really tell what's going on with the solid fertilizer. Don't forget about the tree stump. Oh, I've been mostly leaving the tree stumps alone on that pile. I'll go in there when we're done with that and I'll clear up the tree stump. Let's get our truck back parked up by our home. Yeah, for those who are like, wait, you sleep in a bus? Yeah, let me show you. Let me show you Casa de Rual. It's definitely the place you want to stay. So we've got our wonderful complete lack of doors. And if we look in here, I've got my very own wood fire grill, or wood fire oven, whatever you want to say. We have our fantastic bed. super duper comfy and cozy. We've got a workbench, a box of MREs. I'm assuming that's another box of MREs. And, like, not all the windows are here. Like, that window's missing. So, you know, nice and open-air floor plan. It's great. Living like no one else, absolutely. Alright, so you're still doing perfectly fine. You're doing perfectly fine. Cool. We've got a bunch of produce already just sitting on the truck waiting for January when it's worth the most. Alright, how are you doing? You're pretty good. You're honestly both doing pretty well. Alright, so what I'm going to quickly do is I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to go ahead and mute the microphone, and you can watch some tractors do cool tractor things while I use the restroom, and I'll be right back here in a minute, and thank you so much for tuning in. Oh yeah, high octane tractor action. Like you have never seen. What I am thinking we could try doing is I'm gonna go ahead and leave that there. Let's see if we can't go and repair that sprayer and bring it down here. I don't know if this little teeny tiny 25 horsepower tractor is gonna be able to drag it. Definitely, I don't think can't run it, but we'll see. But I am curious if we were to look at this field, if it will tell me how it's doing. Because I'm worried, I haven't fertilized this field in a while, I'm worried that the yield is going to be terrible. You should check out Electrician Simulator if you like those. Anyway, so these streams bring you joy. Games about jobs or elaborate tasks are great. Yeah. Yeah, so the yield bonus, 0% fertilized. That's the worry. So we definitely should try and make that less horrific. Because right now, that 0% fertilized is going to ultimately mean we don't make crap for money out of that if I don't fix that. Now the downside is the liquid fertilizer costs quite a bit. I get 2,000 liters for I believe $3,200, which means I have enough money that I can buy two things of the liquid fertilizer. I do believe the liquid fertilizer goes farther. I also think this tractor might be able to drive on the field without damaging the crops if it boils down to it. I can also see if there's crop tires. These may actually be crop tires. I know the other little tractor I can get crop tires for, and I'm probably going to get those. I also have to see for the sprayer if I'm assuming I just have to buy a thing of the liquid fertilizer for it and just go with that. So let's repair it first, because he bought it used. Turn that off real fast, and liquid fertilizer, how much do you cost? I'm sure it's going to be upsetting, so it's probably not going to be here, because that's all the solid stuff. I believe it's under pallets. Liquid fertilizer. I actually have no idea the difference on either of those. You can also buy a much larger amount of liquid fertilizer. Cool. I have no idea the difference of these at all, other than they're probably just brands, because I'm seeing those for all those. Like, it's like brain doing too much? That's no fun. Alright, so we're gonna buy one of these, because I don't know how much I need. I also have no idea how much this thing can carry. Oh, that's not encouraging. This can carry quite a bit of fertilizer. We're not going to fill it up on that one. Alright, I guess I'm buying two of them. This is not great. Alright, well, we might be cutting down some more trees pretty soon. No real reason. Don't worry about it. Money's a little rough right now. I wonder, actually, does it tell me how much this thing needs to run? No, not really. Okay, whatever. I guess maybe our little tractor might be able to run this? That would actually be really helpful if it could, because then I could put the AI loose on this. I'm pretty sure these already have the tires I need to drive on the crops without destroying them. So just zip around relatively slowly, spraying the fertilizer. As the current random train of thought is wondering how I haven't been hospitalized for doing dumb stuff. Luck? Maybe the stuff wasn't as dumb as you're thinking about. That kind of thing. As that is a vineyard sprayer, small tractor should be able to run it. I didn't realize it was a vineyard sprayer. I just was like, oh, I need to be able to fertilize. This one's on a discount, so I can actually afford it. Sure. Man, I'm gonna have to cut down another tree just to be able to pay these people doing the fields. Well, let's first see if I can actually drive over these crops without trashing them. So I'm gonna go and just barely snipe the corner of this, and if the sunflowers die, I know the answer is no. If it does not damage them, then we're okay. It crushed them. So the answer is no, I can't drive over the crops with this. Do you have a mortgage on your farm? No, we don't owe anything. I'm not paying them in wooden nickels. They're bleeding me dry. You've also been hospitalized twice for just getting sick. I mean, that happens. A lot of people end up being hospitalized at some point in their life from just, you know, getting sick.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. So I'm not sure if I should drive around doing this sprayer on the field now or use... We'll save the solid stuff. We'll go... Well, actually, I can't do that right now. We'll save the solid stuff for the planter that requires it. Well, not requires it, that you usually use it with. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What I don't know is I have absolutely no idea what the range on this thing is. Oh, let's wait till it finished seeding, because it missed all the spots right here by the rock. So I'll do cleanup on that. Alright. I'm debating so much about doing the solid fertilizer down here. I don't think we do. What I can do in the meantime, even though this thing can't run this at all, is I can drive up to it until you just, you know, spit out the solid thing. Oh, so it's just be like, no. It's like, you're not the appropriate size. The answer is no. That's what I was gonna say. That's totally fair, because there's no, like, this thing cannot move that thing. It is way too heavy. I just wanted to pull it up and say, hey, like, get the fertilizer out. We use that for the planter. Can I just walk up and tell it to kick it all out? I might be able to. No. That's totally fine. In the meantime, we're gonna need to get a little bit more money to pay our people who are driving around those fields. Because we got to be able to. Oh, there we go. Got to be able to float them working those fields until our next payout. Well, till the job's done. The good news is, I believe next in-game month we get paid for our sunflowers. All right. Oh, we want to lower the tailgate. Okay. Yeah, and I've been pretty fortunate that for the not so smart stuff I've done in my life, I've never had anything that's resulted in too serious of an injury. But that said, a lot of the stuff I've done in my life is pretty tame compared to what quite a few people do. And it tended not to be the kind of stuff that would get you hurt. Like, I'd watch, like, friends drive, like, incredibly dangerously. It's like, nah, I'm good. Like, I understand how big this car is and how much damage it can do if I mess up. I'm good. That isn't a way I want to make permanent changes to my life if I can help it. This is how we're making payroll. That's what we're doing right now. We're not trying to make money. We're trying to make payroll at the moment. You get paid at the first or the end of the month. In game. You get paid when you sell stuff. And then your employees get paid constantly. Like if you watch the money in the top right, you'll notice it just ticking down the entire time. May not cut that far enough over. No, we're good. No. I was kind of hoping it would stay there. It was very tenuous. Cool. This should give us probably like 1,500 to 2,000 bucks. So if we do that, that should give us enough money to make sure they get paid for a while, that I can get them onto other processes. Because we're trying to get all 3 of those fields planted today in game. Those ones that we just harvested. What's your main crop? We've been cycling through just whatever's available, but in this batch it's going to be canola. Just because of the crops I can plant right now, it'll pay the most. And I can't afford to, you know, set up the processes I want to. Because I wanted to set up a grain mill. That was kind of the goal. But, we got more equipment today as opposed to a grain mill. So that money that was going to be slowly saved up for a grain mill is gone. I'm really counting on this greenhouse when I finally do sell a full year's worth of produce from the greenhouse all at once at peak market. That, it'll work out pretty well. So we are harvesting, we have sunflowers, 2 fields of those we're going to harvest tomorrow in game. Alright. You've got 3 or 4 more pass. Alright. How much area do you cover? Okay, not much. Good to know. And with that little splash, how fertilized are you? Not much. Okay, I understand. This is going to suck. Alright. Oh, that's okay. 30%. That's more reasonable. I looked at this and it was like 9%. I'm like, oh my god, why? That's definitely not the right sprayer for me to use for this, by the way. We're just making it work as best we can. Alright, I'm going to take over the job so they're not doing it. I'll take care of it. Because that'll at least offset a little bit of wages I'm paying. So it does make me curious where the fertilization is at only 30%. Does that mean I just need to make yet another pass kind of thing? I'm guessing what that is. That means. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so for the last increment for all the wages.
Thank you id_rather_b_gaming for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, I'd rather be gaming, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it. So thank you for that. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And for those who do sub during the channel, don't forget to refresh your browser after you sub. Sometimes Twitch likes to not realize you're subbed to the channel after you've just subbed for the first time, and you get hit with ads when you shouldn't be. So don't forget to refresh right after you sub for that kind of thing. No one wants ads. Alright, so we'll get this going. I think you're just about to finish with that field with the stone picker, which will work out because then I can top this off. We can run over there to the stone picker, get it positioned on the next field, and get that all going. All right. I'm really worried I'm going to get back in that sprayer and it's going to be completely like out of fertilizer, only like a third of the way through the field, with me having absolutely no way to afford filling it up again to like keep doing it. Now my hope is that that will actually, you know, make us decent money. Now, I'm also wondering if maybe because I got that sprayer, like, it's way less efficient, because it's just spraying stuff in all directions as opposed to any type of efficiency. But I have no idea how any of those work, and we don't have a whole lot of money. The very last one says, kind of random question, but if someone subs for months in advance, like paying the next 6 months, or does that money have to go every month? I believe I get paid immediately if memory serves me correctly. Like, when I say immediately, you sub, and then it's put in like the amount of money towards the channel, and then, you know, like once a month or whatever, Twitch pays out. So I would be paid out when Twitch pays out. But it does, I believe it just goes all in then, it doesn't trickle out slowly. Which, as a reminder right now, Twitch subs are 25% off at the moment, or if you sub or resub, not gifty subs, that doesn't show up to the 27th. So they are heavily discounted right now, and for the record, whatever creators you do sub to, they do get paid as if it is not discounted. Twitch eats the difference. All right. You're welcome for the segue. You're still poor. It happened. Oh, All right, let's get you into position. I was gonna go repair this, which will make it a little bit more efficient on the seeds and all that, but right now we're just gonna go ahead and start planting. So you do that, because this needs to have the stones dropped off. And by that I mean, the person working the field didn't finish, so we're going to quickly finish this row real fast. Then I'll drop off the stones, we'll gas it up, do all the things I need doing with it. Alright. I'm really hoping that thing's fairly efficient with the fertilizer. I'm gonna actually check real fast. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It should be cheap enough. I should be able to get through those fields. My curiosity though is if I need to just keep looping it through those fields till we get the fertilizer percent up higher, or until the yield hits 100%. I actually don't know if you can go over 100% yield. I haven't really watched or paid attention. Like, it depends on if the yield is 100% of the potential amount of crop you can get, or 100% of the normal amount of crop you can get, on whether it should be able to go over 100% or not. Alright. So we'll see how much these, let's see, the loam soil type gives up to 125% yield, if you remember correctly. Ah, interesting. So you're new here, what other kinds of games do you play? So I do play a pretty wide range of games. I do play a lot of city builders, settlement builders, tycoon, simulation, the occasional roguelike, tutorial music go burr. But yeah, so I do play a wide range of games. I'm well known, like I don't play it much these days, but I'm well known for Project Zomboid, as I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed in that game. At the time that it was a record, it was 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life on harder than apocalypse settings with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten since then. In the Farming Simulator 2019 video, it was described as a penalty if you didn't fertilize and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If the nutrients of the soil and all that. You just got into that game? Oh, Project Zomboid? Yeah. No, if you go to a lot of the bigger content creators, and you mentioned Rual, Storge, most of them, well, English-speaking ones, most of them will know me. Unless they're new. At which point, then it depends if people were explaining stuff to them by mentioning me, kind of thing. Like, my name will actually sometimes in the, I believe is in the top right, it'll mention some creator's name. I believe I show up there now, or at a point. I don't know if I still do. And then some of the Thursdoids, like, there's the one where they're showing, like, the chickens and all that. They were labeling the chickens as different people in the community, and I was one of the chickens as well. Alright, so let's go over here. And start getting you picking up this field over here. Okay. So you've got that being planted. You're handling that stone pickup. Yeah, no, it's actually not too bad. It's at 94%, so we've only used just over 5% for a bit over a third of the field. Yeah, so we're at 50% fertilized. Oh! I assume when we fertilize the entire field, it'll go up to 100%. I didn't realize it's like doing an average or some nonsense. Yeah, so the yield should probably go up to 100-something%. Yeah, but this is 100% fertilized, and it's sitting at about 80-something%. This one over here, and that's just because when we did this, we plowed it without mowing the grass first, so we got pretty good with that, and we did have fertilizer loaded into the planter. And same here. So we're going to get about 100% just shy of out of those. So that's good. All right, well, let's go back over here. Knock down another tree in the meantime while they all work those. That's going to really hurt me because I have 3 separate workers running at the same time. It is what it is. Alright. After you get the first one or two, it's usually pretty easy. Oh, you are doing precision farming? Ignore your comment about loam. It's irrelevant without precision farming. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm not using the precision farming mod. Like, I understand it's like an official mod or whatever, but it's still a thing. Or actually, I don't even know if it might be even a DLC. That's technically longer than it should be, ideally. And, you think you are running insanely fast for someone carrying a log? I mean, the fact that you can pick up a 200-kilogram log, forget moving at all, just picking it up is impressive. Despite, hucking it over the side. Because it's not, it's one thing if you, carved handles or something into it, but you don't do any of that. You just kind of huck it over the side. It's good enough. You're secretly our Superman in Farm Simulator 22. Just a bit nerfed down. Alright. Because I'm aiming for about 6-ish meters, because I want to say that's, the best length as far as I've heard. I have no idea how accurate that information is, but it seems to be better than when I cut it down to, the 2-ish meters out, fit in the bed without having to, hang it off the back. He's made out of pre-work. I'm just watching the money tick down. Just rapidly tick down, paying all those workers. And I could take over doing one of those jobs, but it's okay, but I can also make money doing this in the meantime. It's not as bad when you have the larger tools. It doesn't feel as, as much a big deal doing, pass after pass after pass. So when you have, the teeny tiny little plow, which I actually have the biggest plow now. Which was probably a spend I didn't need to do. I probably could have used that money for other things. That would have been way better. Honestly, if I were to go back and be more strategic about some of the spending, I would have gotten the granary much earlier, which we don't have yet. I would have gotten that big tractor the moment we saw it on price. That was a give me. But there's a lot of other things we got out of convenience that was okay, but that could have been massively improving our profit. I don't know, actually, we don't have much in the way of, luxury stuff going on. Though I've had a lot of people ask me, it's oh, you should get a bigger this or that. Are you going to post your live on YouTube tonight? So, the way it works on YouTube is once I end the stream, YouTube starts processing the video, and whenever it's done, it goes live. So, it's not that I go, okay, this goes live on day this, or this. It's basically as... Okay, that was weird. It's basically as fast as YouTube can handle it. Most of the time, it goes live a little bit after stream, but, about a week ago, YouTube was just running slow for some reason. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And it was taking multiple days for them to get the videos up in some cases. So, it'll be up as soon as YouTube allows it to be up, is kind of the answer. That said, it'll have, the wrong thumbnail and all that, because I usually will take a screenshot during stream, because I don't know what I'm going to actually accomplish. I have goals I want to hit, but, I was actually expecting to maybe be able to pull off the granary tonight. That's a goal that's not happening. I'm about 90,000 short of that goal. So yeah, that was some pretty wishful thinking. Not that I'm not going to try, but reality dictates that is not something that's going to get done today. Not unless I have grossly underestimated how much I'm going to get paid from the greenhouse, which I don't think I have. Like, we should make a pretty good amount of money. Oh, come on. Oh, did you get stuck in there? No, 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 no. Stay. $1 a second. That's how fast your bank account is draining? Uh-huh. I am paying 3 different workers to, work the fields. It does look like the cedar is about half done, and I think the fertilizing person is about 75% done. You hate looking at these loads? Why? It just leans a little to the right, that's all. That is the one really difficult stuff, is anything around loading logs if you're not using the auto loader. But the auto loader requires a trailer. Alright. I've generally also avoided the auto loader. Can you imagine driving behind this? Yeah, sure. About 20 car lengths. What's the speed limit? Yeah, that's how many car lengths I'm behind a truck loaded like that. 20 miles per hour, 20 car lengths back. Those logs? Uh-huh. That way, whatever happens, I can stop and... The other thing. You think you earn more? That's actually normal. Lorno, that's very normal in this game, is that you will actually earn more from the trees than you will from... Oh, did I not... Oh, no, you just skipped spraying that spot because it's terrible to get to. We should rename it to Lumberjack Simulator? Well, the catch is, you're only seeing me cut down the trees. And I'm doing it in a way that is very inefficient as far as effort goes. But once you start planting trees and all that, that is where the expense starts to catch up. You still make really good money if you're willing to lumberjack. But it is very laborious. Like, I actually have the first run I was doing on the channel outside the tutorial of this. We went to the Silver Run map, and we were literally clearing entire areas of forest to make room for farmland. And don't get me wrong, money was never really a problem in that run. But yeah, it was probably 10 or 20 streams of just chopping trees constantly to very slowly make room for, like, a field. Which, granted, they were big fields. But, you know. And that was with, like, all, like, the really good equipment, you know, the $500,000+ tree cutting whole thing. Is that a series on YouTube? No, that was before I could stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I'd have to take the time to upload them all. And that was also before I had found a more, like, a better way of handling it. So I think I still have the footage from that, but I haven't uploaded it yet because it takes time. There's a lot of the footage that was on the channel before that is going to be lost. Like, I have multiple hard drives of VODs just saved and sitting here with the hope of one day me having the time to edit and upload and all that. And the reality is it'll probably never happen. I would have to take way more time off stream than I do to get it done and all that. Lumberjack is steady year-round character, but greenhouses are probably better if you don't want to be looking at stumps and logs all day. Oh yeah, for me the worst part of the lumberjacking was like the cutting down trees, no problem. Clearing the stumps, also no problem. You just get the mulcher attachment and you're good, like the foraging mulcher attachment. The big thing was you cut down all the trees, getting the logs to where you need to sell them or to, you know, the sawmill or whatever. Again, outside mods, there's just really not a good way. And I tried pretty much everything the game had, and there was definitely ways that were worse than others. Have your job as editing and you still don't like it? Yeah, no, I used to author courses for teaching software development as my job, like, for a company that was, like, one of the leading groups offering that kind of training. So I'd have to edit up videos, record professionally, do all that kind of stuff, create my courses, yada yada yada. And it's not like I didn't have help. Like there was a lot of the courses that we would also have editors handling a bunch of it. But yeah, no, it's immensely time consuming. I enjoy it. It's just, like right now, the amount of time I'm streaming is a little bit below my normal. I normally stream about 66 hours per week. Six streams a week, 11-hour streams. Right now we're doing 6 streams a week, 9-hour streams because my wife's work schedule has changed temporarily. So I'm taking advantage of her different hours so we can, have dinner together and all that kind of stuff where normally she doesn't get home till way late. Yeah, I don't mind editing. It's a time thing. Because, like, when I'm streaming, people are, dropping bits, doing subs, doing all those kind of things. All the things that directly pay me. Or even just tuning in, there's ads and all that, because Twitch don't let you get away from ads. I mean, no one does, but Twitch is on the list of everyone who doesn't allow you to get away from ads. Which it makes sense. If you're not paying for it, they're making money somehow. Which means ads and or selling your data, and Twitch doesn't sell your data, so I'd like to keep it at least that way. I can't see through that bush. The worst part of your job is you have to edit out sensitive information. So I have to ask like 3 experts who know what I can't allow. Yeah, now I can imagine. I didn't have to worry about that really, because like I was going to have a video that is going to need to be dealing with a bunch of individuals in a panel type situation where that editing might have had to happen. But the company I'd been working for got acquired, and it was a pretty awful acquisition. It was a financial firm acquiring a company who teaches software dev, whose only consideration was how can we make this cheaper, not taking consideration, well, we can make it cheaper and also terrible and ineffective, which kind of undermines the entire value prospect. But no one there had like education theory. No one there knew a thing about software dev or any of those kind of things. Did you play Skull and Bones? You don't know what to play? Yeah, Skull and Bones is the that pirate one that's like they're doing the whole like demo that's time limited and all that. Or not demo, but like where you can play it time limited and all that. But it's like PvE, PvP, like PvE pirate. So kind of like a less cartoony idea of like Sea of Thieves. Like different structure behind it, but the broad concept is similar. I think I saw Undead Baron playing it. That last segment, paying my workers, 1,080. That hurts. And for the record, where it's counting down, it's not that I just got hit for 1,080. It's where we're watching it tick down dollar by dollar. It was telling us for the last amount of time how much that dollar for dollar actually cost us. Which, since I'm not planting trees, eventually I will run out of trees. That makes this go away as an option, which just means what I end up doing is taking over and doing the work, and if I can't pay the people to do the work for me, I don't get to. They don't work for free, so I would just have to do what they're doing. Which is fine. I probably actually should be running one of those tractors myself. You don't know if you ever encountered it, but people usually make products for not just editing videos. I don't know. I want my job or ask for requires way more time than people. Yeah. I mean, there is software for editing videos and all that. By all means, we used them. I think we used... I think we had 2 different ones. Like, the one I used was Camtasia. But I think in the company we had 2 different pieces of software we had. That said, that's not what I use. Not there because Camtasia is not cheap. So I use DaVinci Resolve because that's the wonderful price of free. But it just, it just takes time. You can even use stuff like, if you really want to go cheap, like, was it Windows Movie Maker or something like that? Like that. I like it much more than Sea of Thieves, though. Possibly because I don't like the style of Sea of Thieves ending. But still missing one aspect of Sea of Thieves. You alone steer and command the single ship. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't have, like... It's naval combat, but it's not like you have your whole crew that you, like, have to communicate all that. Right, because it almost had, like, a MMO aspect where you'd have, your broad fire cannons would be a cooldown, and this would be a cooldown, so you'd pull up next to someone, you'd fire off the broadsides. Yeah, I remember now. Like, it looked good. I just am waiting for it. Like, I'm just waiting for it to actually be either released or, like, a proper, it's just out now early access before I look at it. I don't like the time-limited tests. Like, for me...
Thank you Electric Pixel Engineering for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Electric Pixel Engineering, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here out of anywhere you could have used it on Twitch. So that does mean a lot, so thanks so much for that. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And as a reminder for those who are subbing to avoid the ads, if it is your first time subbing to the channel, don't forget to refresh your browser. It is just something that happens sometimes that Twitch just doesn't see your sub until you refresh. So don't, avoid ads you don't have to see. You paid for it. Get your ad-free experience. But thank you so much for that sub. It does mean a whole heck of a lot.
Let's go hype. Let's go.
Thank you, FG Squared, for
Hype
the
train is go.
For the 200 biddies, kicking off a hype train. For those who don't know, right now they do have a thing with hype trains that you can unlock brand new animated emotes for the hype trains and all that. So there's a whole bunch of new emotes going on right now. And as a reminder, subs are currently 25% off, both renewing your subs and new subs, as well as if you contribute bits. Then what ends up happening is if you contribute more than 300 bits at one go, Twitch will toss in an extra, I believe it's 10 to 50% randomly. You don't know the amount before you do it. Amount of bits that they'll toss in extra on top to give to the content creator. And it all helps. So yeah. Those dollar ticks on the AI buying seeds fertilizer as they work, they won't actually do anything. No, so that's their wage. I actually don't have it turned on where the AI can buy seeds and all that. That is an option you can have. Okay, so you finished your work. You've got a long ways to go. Yeah, so thank you so much, FG, for kicking off that hype train and all that good stuff. All right, yeah, so you planted that field. Yeah, no, those dollar ticks are 100% just the labor. That isn't the maintenance, that isn't the gas, that isn't the seeds. You can turn that on where it'll deal with all that stuff for you, but I don't have that turned on. It happens regardless of options? Well, no, you can see that our seeder is down lower than when I got it. Let me see. Those dollar ticks are the AI buying seeds and fertilizer each as they work. They don't actually use anything. No, that's the thing. Our seeder's actually been down. Then Bob saying, hey, new to the game, have you built a wood mill? What can I do with the prefab walls? There doesn't seem to be a place where you could sell it on the map you're on. Well, I don't know the map, unfortunately. If it is a mod map, some mod maps don't actually have sell points that handle everything. Like that's actually what things, if you look at some of the mod map information.
Thank you Tremex for subscribing for 3 months.
Thank you Tremex for the tier 1 sub. I've been subbed to the channel for 3 months, so I do appreciate the continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. But it really does mean a lot. I hope you enjoy your advertisement reviewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, no, it's mod maps. You have to be careful. Some of the sell points don't handle everything, so there is goods that you physically cannot sell on some mod maps. I don't know, like I don't recognize that name, so I'm assuming it's a mod map.
Thank you Eonek for subscribing for 6 months. Rules more wee woo rules more wee woo rules wee woo.
Thank you, Eonek, for a T1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 6 months, half a year, so I really do appreciate that continued support. It really does mean a lot, so thank you so much for that, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you for that. And sorry. Okay, so a non-mod map will... A non-mod map will have a place, will be. You build a supermarket, you could sell it there. So there might be that you can actually make the sell points on the map. For the record, like I'm not a super duper expert on this game. I have played quite a bit, but you're getting into territory of things I haven't done, which I haven't processed up all the way to the top and tried to sell. So someone else might be able to give you more better information. I believe a lot of the maps you can build buildings that use stuff. I'm strange. You've set them off the field at 39% seed in the hopper and 39 in it. Yeah, no, I've absolutely had it going. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bug or something to it. But yeah, no, we definitely between each field I've been topping off the seeds before I assign them to the next one. But there is a setting to do that. To like have it where it goes whether it used or not. I believe it's on the save and all that, so I think like I don't know if you change it midway through if it changes it. I believe it's off by default too. Yeah, so that's fully fertilized. You're working on that. Because if you have this where the buy the seeds and fertilizer as they go, it burns through your money pretty quick. Because I think there's an overhead for it as well. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really cut loose this tractor quite yet on planting this field. Because that stone picking up is nowhere near ready. Is that actually planted? I don't think that is. I thought we drove over there. I'm confusing myself. I thought we drove over this and already handled that. I think it is just literally one way over the side. It's probably got some process. Oh, you know, we probably didn't stone pick it up because of the angle or whatever. Yeah, no, it's unfortunately not all maps. Like, that's actually, if you look at the patch notes on a lot of the modded maps, they'll be like, we've added that you can now do root vegetables. You know, version whatever. And that's exactly what they're talking about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ditch this planter here real fast for just a minute. Because I can kick the solid fertilizer out of this so I could just use it. Alright, sorry, that's not a planter, it's a seeder. So I could just use it with the planter. So we're just going to go... kick that out. Yeah, and that seeder should get far, or stone picker should get far enough. I'm thinking we'll be able to get through all 3 fields. I'm a little nervous we won't have enough fertilizer for all 3 fields, but we're just going to try and make it work. But yeah, no, it's, I'm assuming there'll be a place to sell it. One thing that might help you out, I'm not sure if you could check this. If you go to where the prices are, you can try and find, where's the framing? You said it was the walls, the wood walls that you're having stuff going on. Prefab wall. Yeah, so it'll tell you if there is a place to sell it. If there isn't, then there's nowhere on your map you can sell that for. Now, like I said, you might be able to buy a place that will, like you might be able to build a place that'll accept it. I don't think so, though, for that specific thing. AI worker is blocked by another object. That's fine. They're moving. They'll only collide in that one spot there. Alright, is there anything else I could work on in the meantime? Oh, I know what I could do. Yeah, it says no fluctuations. Yeah, then unfortunately there's no one buying it on there. But thank you so much. We've got the hype train. I believe we successfully hit tier 1. So we unlocked an emote. Yeah, sorry, we're level 2 at 6% is what we got. With 3 subs and 200 biddies. So thank you so much for the 3 subs, the 200 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It does mean a lot. So thank you so much for that. I really just genuinely wouldn't be able to keep full-time streaming if it wasn't for the support everyone shows up by, being here, being here every day, tuning in, dropping the occasional sub, the bits. For those supporting off-stream, we do have a Patreon and we do have a Ko-Fi. So we do have people who support through that as well, and that helps. And the occasional, just one-off donation. Well, tip, not donation's the wrong word. Whichever the one's the one where you're not supposed to be able to reverse it, which is a crappy thing that some people do. Alright, so you're doing that. You're about halfway through. And unfortunately, I think if I start seeding that now, the seeder will catch up. What happens if you ram into an AI working the field? They just say, something's in my way, and they sit there and waste your money and just wait for you to get out of the way. Sometimes they'll mess up and they'll just keep trying to drive through you. But, it is one of those things. I'm questioning if I start the seeder, how much I need to let that stone picker have lead. We'll do another oh wait, we didn't sell this right. I was gonna say we could do one more tree. That should give the picker a little bit more of a lead. Then we can put the seeder down. So we've already got our stuff set up so we can be ready for when the sunflowers are due. Which I believe tomorrow in game will still be in the range that we can plant canola. So we could just plant more canola, so we're just going hard on canola. I'm trying to remember. I want to say if you do sell enough of a good, it can have diminishing returns. But yeah, and also, as the next, we almost rolled over. As the next pointed out, we also have merchandise. And the way to think about that merchandise is all merchandise is basically chipping in $5 towards the channel. So I basically sell it at cost plus $5. So if you look at the price and go, how did that price come to be? That's what it costs me to get the merchandise plus $5. Because I want to keep the merchandise relatively cheap and all that kind of good stuff. As cheap as I can make it happen, at least. How are we doing in time? Doing all right. Oh, and there's no health or anything like that, so there's no fall damage. If that tree would have come down and our character would just pushed us out of the way kind of thing. There's nothing there's no, you've died or whatever. Did you stop so I could saw you? It's just not the style of game. You're simulating farming, not a survival game. Does not contain actual survival mechanics. Honestly, if you slam your vehicle into another one, I haven't even seen it do appreciable damage at any point. I don't even know if collision does cause actual damage to your equipment. I think it is literally just all wear and tear. which I appreciate because the AI will sometimes do all sorts of funky stuff. It'd be very annoying if, like, you lose money in a year because the AI decided to just slap itself into a wall or something. Or just drive into you or whatever. That's probably too big a cut. No, we're okay. I'm surprised it stayed there. Probably won't want to go put the next one on. Alright, so this has to be at least 4 segments. A little more. Okay. Alright, and then just a minute, we should be able to probably start that cedar going again. And then I can show you that it actually does take away, because we can run the cedar for, like, let the AI run it for a couple of minutes and hop back in, and if it's down then more than like 8%, then we'll know for confirmation that it is using it. Well, actually, we know it's using it because I've had them stop in the middle of the field and be like, "Hey, I'm all out of seed," and they'll just sit there and wait for you until you get them more seed. All right. Yeah, let's figure out where we're going to, like, how we're going to keep expanding our operation. I mean, it could just be we're going to be making profit, because like I said, I think we would actually be up money-wise today on stream if I hadn't bought equipment. Yeah, so you're down to 76. You're up 73. Alright, so let's go and get this running. Because I think the picker has enough of a lead. If it does catch up, it'll be like right at the end. Yeah, no, it's definitely an option. So like if we watch right here, so yeah, so we're at 99% going down. Now I take over with the AI. The AI is now controlling it. So it's gone down 598, 597. All right, so it was at 597 when we popped out. It means seems to tick down comparable to your rate when you have it using the jobs consumable. Gotcha. The times I've done it, it's been much faster. That said, I am on the hardest difficulty, so that's what it could be, is that I'm paying him a higher wage or something like that. Oh, right. All of our tractors are currently in use. I was like, I'll grab the little tractor and I'll top off the greenhouses. Oh, wait. That's a tractor that's currently spraying fertilizer. But yeah, I'll show you here in just a moment. Like, I'm not trying to be like, I'm proving you wrong. I just want to demonstrate that it does actually do it, just in general. It's not bad. It drains at the same rate you do. But yeah, so, like, depending on your difficulty settings, a lot of things adjust. Yeah, that's a whole thing. And it could even be, it's entirely possible that maybe if you're playing on one of the easier difficulty settings, maybe the option is on by default that they spend it. So like say you're on, was it basic farm is the like lower difficulty setting or whatever. It might just be on by default, so you just don't have to think about it. which I think would be actually a reasonable thing for them to do. It'd be honestly one I'd probably recommend. So that you're like, as you go up difficulties, you have more you have to manage. No, I mean, I cut off the end, it's fine. It's probably like 10 bucks of wood. But I know I could turn it on so they'll buy it. Like, I don't know where the option setting is in the game, or if I have to go to the save file and edit the save file to turn it on. Because it's all there. Like whether or not stones appear. AI worker has completed their task. Oh, you have. Alright, well... You have a good one. I don't need you right now, because you'll absolutely pass them all up. Yeah, you're on medium farm manager thing? Yeah, I have no idea what the settings are for that. I've only played on the easiest one when I was doing the tutorial, and then have since played on the hardest one after that. Versus, I was playing on Ultrasource's multiplayer server. She welcomed people in our community over there if they wanted to play, as well as myself. And I have no idea what difficulty settings that's on, or what it's the equivalent-ish to difficulty settings-wise. Like, it could be on the hardest, could be on the medium. I don't think it's on the easiest. Doesn't feel like it is. More than likely, it's custom settings that don't really align with any of them. Like, you know, maybe you have hardest on this setting, easiest on that setting. That's what I imagine. Like, I would probably do that on a multiplayer server. Like, I feel like a multiplayer server, I would turn up the amount of money you earn doing stuff. But maybe like keep some of the other stuff on harder settings. And I'm saying that because, like, me having, like, right now if I was playing on this with these settings on multiplayer, at the beginning, I didn't even have a tractor. I had one truck. So I think realistically the most people who can play and have fun with it would be 2 at that phase. One to drive the truck and deliver stuff back and forth, the other one to chop up a tree and huck it in the back of the truck each time it got there. And that would be until I got the little tractor and then something the little tractor could do, at which point then I could probably handle 3 people. You get the idea. I would need an additional piece of equipment for people to use. So if you're playing in a server that could have potentially 10, 15, 20 people, you'd want to be able to have 10, 15, 20 things for people to work on. So I do feel like multiplayer, other than if you're playing like one other person, like a challenge mode, you'd probably want to be generous about stuff. Or have the contracts enabled so that people could do contracts when you didn't have equipment to spare. Alright. Which this map doesn't have contracts. A lot of custom maps don't. Or modded maps. There are some that do, but a lot of them don't. Which all a contract is just the existing fields and all that. 19 chainsaws and 1 stressed out truck driver. I think the big thing would be, you'd like, if I were in that kind of situation where there's a ton of people who can cut the logs, it would be on the people cutting the logs to load the truck. Like, my job would just be drive, hit the sell point, drive back as fast as I can, and park somewhere vaguely in the middle of where they're at, and be like, toss it on here. Now, that said, I imagine with that many people, you could probably get rid of some really weird shenanigans where, you know, one person goes to one side and holds the log in place so that it can't fall over while the other people pile up on top. And then when they're, like, ready, you'd be like, okay, you know, hit the straps. And the truck's driver would just hit the straps to, like, strap all of that in. And then try very carefully to not roll with a completely overfilled truck. But, I mean, you do a couple trucks like that, I imagine be like, okay, first tractor's up. And so then one of the people switches over to, you know, I don't know, whatever you have first, mowing the lawns. Whatever you could do to have the tractor make money in as little money as possible. Which, for the record, I do have notes for a lot of that. I've had a challenge video I've been working on off stream that is just kind of a harder version of this challenge. And I have had to sit there and go, okay, cut the trees, how much money did I make? Okay, what are my options for making money on that? Like, what is what is the exact amount of money I would need to, you know, grow grass and sell the grass kind of thing, or what is the cheapest I can grow a crop for, or set up a greenhouse, or whatever. And then based on the amount, like, do whatever's the one that gets me the most money in a time frame. Which I haven't gone, like, I'm not gonna go like the meta thing, like there's the whole setting up silage, which is extremely lucrative and whatnot. But it'd be like, you know, get the grass growing, use that to get your first field set up, whatever. All right. So here's hoping that next time it's time for me to harvest that canola, that we get a much better rate out of it. I think ultimately I can't be using the workers as much as I am and remain profitable. And that's reasonable, but also kind of a bummer if that is the case. Because I feel like having a worker work a field and then getting the crop on the other side should just be profitable as long as you don't really mess up. I mean, part of it is I sold it at the wrong time of year because I don't have a place to store it. Which is what I'll try to do this time. I think grass is a seriously underestimated crop by a lot of people using it for silage. Going straight into sheep can make you a lot of money. Yeah. It's just depending on your settings, being able to afford the sheep is the kind of the catch. I think that's what a lot of people make this mistake when they do watch videos on this. They'll watch someone doing this kind of challenge and see them going into either like silage or whatever, and they'll be like, oh, that's just the go-to. It's like, well, that's the go-to when you're broke. But if you're playing on one of the actual difficulty settings in the game, you're better served, you know, potentially going into other things. Because the big reason why so many people do grass in the first place is getting the basic setup for grass costs very little. So you could start off with not a whole lot of money, and then it pays. Like, not counting any used vehicles or anything, I believe you need, I think it was like, for using everything on a tractor with one pass, something like 41,000. You can get away with it actually quite a bit less if you're willing to do like the little tractor you stand behind, kind of zip around with. But it's like 41,000 to get like all the basic stuff for grass. Like the very, very basic, where you're not doing silage, you're not doing that, you're just using the forager wagon, that kind of thing. Which the forager wagon is like 30,000 of that. No, I'm sorry, it's not 41,000, it's more than that. But it's relatively cheap. I'm sorry, that was taking into consideration the used price. Versus to compare it to set up crops, to have everything you need to handle a crop, it goes well over 100,000. Oh, this needs to be shorter. Yeah, I just realized we're at the point that a log over a meter long is going to be over 200 kilograms, how thick that spruce is. Versus if you're looking at the greenhouses, it's the cost of the greenhouse plus the water tank, which is the most expensive part. And then you can actually get like the crappiest little tractor to pull it. So I want to say getting a greenhouse setup is one of the absolute cheapest you can set up things for making money. The downside is it's not super active. You fill it with water and then you wait. Versus with the grass, you're actually actively doing something because you'll mow it, you'll either collect it or bale it. If you're doing sillage, you'll take the bales and wrap them, toss them in the sillage ditch thing. An AI worker has a full tank, so our stone picker has stopped working because there's no room in their stone picker anymore. So get out of here. You didn't quite finish the field, but you're close. All right. But yeah, for people new to the game, when you watch the videos, it's not that any of the videos are bad, they're not. You got to keep in mind of what the player is doing, what constraints they've given to themselves. So if you're watching people do like Survivor Man challenges, or where they're only allowed to buy used vehicles, or whatever other limitations they give themselves, they're playing on like Silver Run, so a very unusual map, and that's completely dominated by trees. They're going to approach problems differently based on their scenario. So what they might be choosing might be optimal for what they're doing in the moment, but not necessarily optimal for playing. And generally, don't worry about min-maxing. Like, have fun with it. If you do want a pro tip, don't use bees as your starting thing for sustainable money, because you go, oh, these have no input costs and they always give you something to sell. Clearly, $0 in and any amount of money out is a win, and it is. But if you, for example, buy the beehives worth about $4,400, they produce about $56 per month, unless you can set up like the flowers and that around them. So just beehive with no bonuses. It takes it over 100 months to pay for itself. Now the idea is you're supposed to put it with crops that then the crops get better yields based on having the bees, and the bees get better yields of honey based on having the crops, and yada yada yada. But for trying different challenge ideas, I was doing a Survivor Man type challenge, and I spent money because I'm like, beehives, those have no real upkeep, and they give money. Zero is, any amount over zero is a win. And I didn't take into consideration how slowly they make you money. That poor character was like 34 years old before they could buy something, before they could buy the basics for like mowing grass or something. Not even exaggeration either. I was playing that and just like fast forwarding again and again till I could get like, because it was also, I didn't have super strength. So I couldn't just wait till it accumulated a bunch. I had to fast forward a couple days, pick up the pallet before it got to 200 kilograms, and just go back and forth with it. I didn't edit that video and upload it on YouTube. I was like, no, I have the footage, and I'm gonna keep the footage, and I might reference it. Hey, Big Bug, not a whole lot. We're finished planting the third field. I'm actually going to get the fertilizer going on it soon. We're right about to finish stone picking it. We just filled up on like the third to last pass. So we'll see if the AI can figure it out now. So this should be much better pay. Alright, so let's run over here. I don't know which way you're going. We'll cut the AI loose on this one, and maybe it won't catch up. I just realized I don't know if that was seed or not. It's fine. Alright, so that's them putting down the fertilizer. That was the truck I was going to be in. Alright. AI worker is blocked by an object. I'm assuming it's the other AI worker. Oh, no, it was me. I was the object blocking them. Right. Being objectified by the game. I'm quite literally being referred to as an object by the game. Feels bad, man. Yeah, so it's gonna have to be cut up into quite a few small pieces. Considering that little slice is over half my carry weight. Yeah, I had to cut this up to at least 5 pieces. Probably more since I'm not going to be able to maximize it. That's fine. We're going to try and make this work. So this has to be at least 3 pieces. I'd like to do it in 3, because with 3, if I'm really careful about it, it's going to be 4. Just barely. Come on, show me the strap. I'll deal with you in a moment. Alright, so my hope is I'll be able to position these such that we can hit the strap, like you can use the strap to lock them all in. This little wedge piece is the one I'm most likely going to be able to make happen. Cool. Now I grab you. Excellent. Are you actually attached? No, you're not. We're going to still try and make that work. I figured it was going to go like that. Perfect. Just so it doesn't roll. It'll probably still fall off, but we'll see. Alright. Truck seeming to have to try a little bit harder to drive on this one for some reason. Can't imagine why. We're only carrying like 2.5 tons of lumber on here. Okay. And let's go check in on our workers. They're all working that last field at the same time. We got 3 people on it. It might be a good one for me to just take over one of the workers for a little while. Is that truck DLC? You don't see it in the base game? It might be DLC. I could actually, I believe I can check that if I like go to the truck and be like, it's from this. And give me just a moment. TikTok is trying to do that thing where it's like, you're inactive. We are going to log you out. Or like end your stream, not log you out. End your stream. It's like, yeah, I'm not typing because I'm streaming. That's how that works, friend. Alright, so let's quickly get that sorted. There we go. And let's check here. You wanted to see, That ticking countdown, yep. The truck, yeah, so the truck, I believe... Yeah, so it's part of the premium DLC. Are you done? You look done. Alright, so you're done. Let's get you out of here. So you're seeding, you're fertilizing. That fertilizer truck's probably going to catch up with the seeder. But that's okay. What we could do from here is I can run over to where we have the greenhouses, make sure their water's topped off. Make all that happen. All right. Yeah, so all those should be at about like 100-something% yield. Let's check. Oh, you're still showing fertilized 50%. I thought that was going to say 100%. Do I need to make it take a second pass on that? Okay. I'm going to probably have to make a second pass on that. Now, I do know you can't have it fertilize the same field twice in one day. Oh, let's get the crop tires. Yeah, let's get the crop tires. That's what we could do. We could repair this thing, we can gas it up, and we grab the crop tires. That way I can put that fertilizer tank on here and just roll over the field without killing it. And deal with that. That is a bummer. Are the other ones this bad too? Yeah, they're all going to be 50%. Alright, so it looks like I have to do a second pass with that. That is going to hurt. Like, we already spent the money. We already spent the $6,400 on the fertilizer. And by the time the entire day is done, we'll have used about a third of it, I think. Maybe a little more. But that'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine, because what we could do is, again, if one of the tractors tomorrow just work on fertilizing those fields, I'll have the harvester harvesting, then I'll have, like, the one tractor pulling the cart to put all the crop into it, and then the last tractor, once there's enough space, we'll start plowing those fields and prepping them. Which map is this? Are you on? I'm on a map called No Man's Land. It's a modded map. Basically, it doesn't have anything on the map to start with other than this little place you can buy tractors and sell stuff at, and nothing else. Everything else, fields and all that, you've got to make yourself. But that's the whole idea behind the map, is you make it what you want. Whereas a lot of the other maps will have like existing fields, existing, shops and all that to deal with. Okay, customize. So my understanding... Oh, I can't get crop tires in this one. Never mind. I mean, still, we did the maintenance and the refuel. $45 for fuel? I mean, that's cheap. Like, I have no idea how many gallons this is. That's highway robbery. Oh, like, this game, like, the gas is pretty reasonable. Because you gotta think, most of these tractors do have pretty large gas tanks a lot of time. Like, you're doing acres and acres and acres. 45 per gallon? If it was a gallon for 45, then yeah, that would be horrific. Like, some of these vehicles have pretty big gas tanks. You want to see terrible, play American Truck Simulator, where you have your vehicle there that's like a 220-gallon gas tank, and you fill it up for a casual, like, $1,500 by the time it's all done. Just squirm at them out of it. You never know, prices are going up. Yeah, it is a thing. You right. I'm hoping we'll still be able to drive through the field and fertilize that more to actually get to 100% fertilizer. To make it as profitable as possible. Alright, we kicked them out of the tractor. So I'm doing the work now. Save a little bit of money. But yeah, as you can see, we're at 60% canola seeds. Whereas when we got out, it was like 98 or 99% or whatever. You used to be able to get air for free at gas stations, but now it's like $2. That's inflation for you? It works on multiple levels, and it's upsetting. Yeah, I think one thing I need to do is depend on the AI way less than I do. Because if we think about how much running the AI has cost me for these 3 fields, it's not been tremendously overexpensive, but it's been a... rolling might give you a similar result as the second fertilizer pass, but yeah, that means buying another piece of kit. Yeah, a $50,000 piece of kit. If I'm real lucky, I could catch one used for maybe $22,000. But that is only if the stars align and all that kind of stuff. I had that at one of the, I was doing one run off stream that is experimenting with the idea I was only allowed to buy used equipment. So Survivor Man, and I'm only allowed to buy used. And I ultimately didn't follow through with it because I realized I was like fast-forwarding years going past just trying to, You want a no-lease run? Yes, no leasing. Yeah, no, we're going with Survivor Man, and while there's a bunch of different rules people come up with, the most common ones are no leasing, no loans, start with $0 and a chainsaw, and then some people will or won't allow you to start with a vehicle to move logs. I started with the truck to move logs. And, you know, the place to sleep. Just for practicality's sake. Because otherwise it'd be at this, I would finish the work for a day and go, alright chat, we get to sit here and wait an hour waiting for the day to go by. Which, needless to say, a lot of people would tune out for. I would tune out for that. Only a chainsaw? Yep, just a chainsaw and a truck to move logs. But yeah, no, I've messed with one where I did, like, just the chainsaw, didn't even start with the vehicle. Ultimately, all it does is the first N amount of logs, and like amount of things you cut down, and then you buy like the crappiest little tractor and a trailer, which ends up costing you, I think it's something like $15,000 for the both of them together. All right, so we have finished that. So now it's down to running the fertilizer, because you can only fertilize the field once per day. That I remember. Like people have like told me that, oh, I should fill this up. What am I doing? Yeah, you're a little harsh with yourself, chainsawing a small tractor. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you have a small tractor, like, it boils down to just at the beginning, those first couple of logs. As long as you get decently close to a sell point, it's not that bad. It just kind of delays you getting other stuff. Now, if it was one of these things that you don't have forestry and you gave yourself, like, this tile up here, like 19, it means you'd cut a piece of log and have to run all the way down there to sell it one chunk of log at a time. You really are just making it slower. Like, you haven't added challenge, you've just delayed it. You've added patience as the big thing. Which is already plenty in these kind of challenges, in my opinion. Alright. That's making sure you log in more hours of the game point of time. Yeah, basically. Alright, so we've got all that settled. So tomorrow in game, I'm going to have the medium tractor operating the basket there. So you'll be using this. You'll be handling this. And we'll get you into position. I'm basically getting everything set up so when I get in the next in-game day, they're like, what the heck are we doing? It's like, oh, I see my harvester is sitting right next to a field that's ready to harvest, and that all the other vehicles are already prepped and ready to do what they need to do. So I've got that. Hey, Michael, how's it going? And that leaves just you here. I'm going to let the AI handle it because it's kind of hard for me to judge the exact width of this thing. So yeah, it looks like fertilizing all of my fields together is going to use just a bit shy of 50% of the fertilizer, which the good news is that means I could do the entire next round of these. And I should have fertilizer to spare kind of deal. Perfect. We're going to cover the whole thing. Alright, FG. You have a good one. And I hope you have a good stream today and everything. So thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. And again, FG. Someone... Oh, well, FG Square. I'll say the whole name. Somebody you should definitely be following, especially if you're into stuff like RimWorld, indie games, all that kind of stuff. You can find it there. Yeah, so probably finish this. I think it'll technically say 64% is what I'm going to guess it rolls over when we drop the 100. Either way, it'll be like 65%. Yep, 64. I thought so. I thought the 2600 was going to be the rollover point. And birthdays all day, every day? Absolutely. And she's like, no! What are you... You're done. You're done. We finished. Stop. You don't need to, like, do another pass. We're good. We're just going to actually leave that right there. Because I'm going to... What I'm going to do is tomorrow... You know what, actually, why am I pulling this away? Literally, I was just going to say, tomorrow in-game... yeah, let's gas this up. I'll say tomorrow in-game, I'm going to have that set up where we're just going to say start fertilizing. I'll run over, start the harvester. And then we'll get into the medium tractor to go with the harvester so it can unload everything. So I have the 2 AI workers doing that. Once it gets far enough, I will get the plow and have it start plowing the field behind there and doing all that. I am curious. Well, let's actually, well, no, because those were, never mind. This way it's like, oh, let me check out with the fertilizer. Those are like full fertilizer because those were freshly made fields. I'll have to probably fertilize it the next time, which is fine. All right. Let's go gas up real fast. Get this all hooked up and get the fertilizer truck in position. And then the next in-game day, it's like hop between all things, say like start the AI, I take over weather responsibilities and all that. I wish there was an easy way, and there probably is a mod for it. I wish there was an easy way to go to one of the fields and be able to see what the actual profit of a given field was. I don't think there is. I don't think I like click on a field and it'll be like you've made X amount of dollars on this. You can actually check our finances. Yeah, we're down for the in-game day, so I'm a little concerned about that. That we've been down a little bit for like the last X number of days. This day we made a bunch of money from harvest, and then we turned around and we spent more. And that's with us getting a bunch of wood, but we did buy equipment. How did you start making money in this map? Cut down trees. Get a chainsaw, get a vehicle, cut down trees. It didn't give you a chainsaw? You have to buy one. If you're trying to do it from the $0 thing, the way you set that up is you buy the you basically buy the handful of things that you're going to give yourself. The chainsaw, a location on the map, because you need to own a location to be able to chainsaw trees down. And then if you're going to give yourself a vehicle, and once you've done all that, there's a couple different ways you can handle wiping out your money. There is a mod that lets you basically just, you can buy stuff that doesn't give you anything, you buy and you just delete it kind of thing. Or you can exit the game, go to the save file, and just go to the farms file in the save file and just delete the money from that. Those are ways you could zero out your money if that's what you're trying to do. I prefer doing the one where you just edit the save file just to remove your money, because the more mods you add, the more potential things you have to go wrong. Which, granted, I haven't really had any problems with mods in this game, but that's because I've never really modded too much in this game at all. Like, I'm technically only running one mod on this save file, which is just the universal autoloader. Yeah, so what I wanted to compare, what amount, so we spent on wages to set up this field way too much. Yeah, so we've spent, yeah, so I need to use the employees less. We may not have actually made money on those fields setting them, well, I mean, no, I'm doing a lot more for the fertilizer. I need to use the employees less. That's just something I need to do. I'm spending way too much money on staffing. Easy Dead mod is also an option for setting your money to whatever value you want. Gotcha. I haven't messed with that mod, so I don't know it. Alright, so we've got everything set up. It's time for us to sleep, and we'll do that. Yeah, so I've been overusing my staff. I've been overleaning on it, and it's eating up all my profit. So that is a bummer. Alright. So, with that, first of all, I'm going to save. We have made some pretty good progress in general. We did get more equipment, so despite the fact that ultimately, money-wise, we really didn't make much despite the effort, we did actually get more equipment. If we look at our finances, there was... where was it? Yeah, so we had vehicle running costs, we had that. We bought a new vehicle for $11,000. So technically, we would have made a profit, but I did spend a bunch on it. The downside is we ate up most of that profit in wages and fertilizer. So this is effectively setting up the new field. So these count against the new field. So yeah. So we did hurt ourselves by overworking with the wages. We probably did ultimately come up with a profit out of it, but not as much as I'd like. So it does mean that the next time I need to be depending a lot less on the staffing. Of course, sorry. I just realized that the ad is running and I can't snooze it retroactively. I usually try to get ahead of stopping that ad before we get there. That said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we are going to be going to find someone for us to raid. I don't know what game they'll be playing, because quite often I can't find many content creators out there playing Farming Simulator who have decent setups. I've checked. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Yeah, no, I missed seeding that spot. That's fine. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is, first of all, for all of you checking this out over there on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but we are going to be wrapping up streams, so goodbye, YouTube. And we will be ending things here on Twitch in just a minute. I'll go ahead and deal with